I'm first. I did it.
No.
Phil, let me have it.
No way. What?
Yeah. The proof is in the pudding. He let me have it.
Are we recording?
Yes. No. Well, I don't know. He probably isn't because he's not here.
Yeah.
I don't think he starts recording until he's here. But we are on live.
Man, that is amazing. Where'd you go? Want some more coffee?
Please. In the worst way.
Okay. Careful with that trash bag, Eugene. Okay, I got him. Not good, but I got him.
I also need something. Thank you. A pen and paper. I like to take notes
Okay.
sometimes. Sometimes somebody will say something so mind blowing that I just have to write it down.
Okay.
It's usually Mark. Thank you, baby. Are you going to come back? And
But
stay?
it's not really Mark.
It's Felicia.
It's the Ruach HaKodesh in Mark.
Daddy's going to go back to get coffee.
Hey, Phyllis. Hey, Mark.
Oh. Hey.
Hi, Phil.
Mm-hmm. How you doing?
Doing good.
How you doing, Phil?
Good. Had a lot of storms here last night, so.
You saw that, man.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. A lot of tornadoes.
Yeah, I saw that big one up there. It's like, what?
Yeah, south of us, but then there was one supposedly up the street, but I never heard anything. I went outside, but I didn't hear anything.
You want?
Prayed about it, so.
Here we go. Here's your pen.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah, I thought I heard them say there was like 85 tornadoes yesterday all across the country.
Oh my!
Mm.
We haven't.
I wouldn't doubt it.
We haven't had any
exactly.
rain. We haven't had any rain in a little bit, but I guess we're due for it. Oh, Lou,
Yeah.
my picture's twisted. It's okay.
Oh, that's the way
It always does.
That's the way it works.
How you doing,
Oakley,
Mark?
be quiet. Sorry. What? Oakley, stop it.
What am I bringing?
Yeah, we had to go to the basement, so we loaded the bird up into the transporter and went down there for a while. She wasn't happy about that, but oh well.
You didn't want to let her fly it out?
No. No Wizard of Oz for her. So.
At least you got a basement. We don't have basements down here.
Oh, yeah, we got one. My wife's got a lot of her ceramics down there, pottery down there. So, yeah, I was sitting on a box or something. I can't remember. How you feeling, Phyllis?
I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you for asking.
Mm-hmm. Good. Been praying for you.
Thank you. I feel the prayers. I do. Sometimes I'll just be minding my own business, and all of a sudden I just feel this.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's praying for me.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We're connected in the Ruach.
Yes, we are.
I had Tad and Mary Ann contacted me, said they were out of state this weekend and wouldn't be able to join us. So we'll have to find a different reader. Levi Davis, it's not letting you in, brother. Your mic's off or something. Cam's off. Something's off. It won't let me I can't let you in. Try to fix it. Come on back.
Are you sure it's not Levi himself? Hey, Kay, thanks for picking up the slack when that person had that question about lunar. I don't know the Sabbath. I don't know the days. You jumped right in there and helped out with the perfect solution. Thank you.
Well, I try to, as I learn more, I can express more. And as I see new people coming in, I try to say hello and try to make them feel welcome because, they just come in and don't get any type of an answer at all. They're not going to stay around.
Yeah.
So I try.
Well, thank you for noting. Hey, how y'all doing?
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom. Where's Yami? She needs to see my hair.
She's coming. 1 second. She'll be here.
I'm always talking about her hair. Now I'm cutting. Yours is getting longer. Mine's getting shorter.
Oh,
Yeah.
but it looks nice.
Thank you. You just don't want those big, long hands fulls of hair.
Yeah.
This is the way I've always wanted to wear my hair, but of course I don't cut it because. But anyway, I have an
But-
excuse.
Very, very pretty. Looks very pretty.
Thank
What
you.
was it Lou who got
Oh yes,
it?
he cut it in 2 stages, and probably next week when you see me, if you see me, I'll be bald. Been there, done that. Know what that's like. How you doing,
Hello,
Josh?
everybody.
I don't think Yahusha looks at your hair.
No,
He looks at your heart.
exactly.
But he knows the number of my hair,
Mhm.
and he knows all the.
It'll come back.
Yep.
We
How
love
are
you.
you doing, Phyllis?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Josh?
I'm doing well. Doing pretty good.
Thank you.
I'm thankful. I like the new hairstyle too.
Thank you.
It's, I'm sorry, did we leave off at Luke 11?
Oh, that's my confusion. Maybe we did. I thought it was 10.
What's going on, Dave?
Come on, baby. Hey, Dave.
Hey everybody, I'm walking. Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Awesome, so good to see you. Hey everybody, I'm gonna walk home, but I'm gonna listen while I'm walking home. So I will
Okay.
get back on when I get back home. All right,
Okay.
appreciate you. Hey everybody, I'm gonna walk home, but I'm gonna listen while I'm walking home.
Uh-oh. Levi. That's not Levi. Is that Levi?
Yes, that's Levi.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, he grows a beard in a week.
I know. How do you do that? We can't hear you, Levi.
How about now?
Yeah, we hear you. What did you give yourself some fertilizer?
I was just going to ask that. What kind of fertilizer is that so I can put some on my head?
Ash. Use ash for fertilizer. Works pretty good.
There you go. Hey, it looks great on you. It looks very righteous.
Thank you.
Is that Phil's bird or is that birds chirping around Phyllis? I can't tell.
That's Phil.
Our bird.
We're on Luke 11. Luke 11 this week. Ted and Marianne contacted me. They're out of state. So We're not going to have Tad reading for us today, so we're going to have somebody to read. Phyllis, would you like to read? Or you
No,
volunteer?
No, not while I'm outside. It's too noisy. I'll go inside and read later. But I just want to tell everybody that Cato is having his knee surgery, and Danny is having his shoulder surgery.
Okay.
So we need to remember them and lift up their doctors and nurses to do a good job.
Yeah, everybody pray for everybody. We should all pray for each other every day.
Absolutely.
Let's not forget the brotherhood in our prayers.
You know, Phil, your bird does blend in with my birds.
Yeah. Yeah, she's pretty good natured because she was not happy last night when I had to grab her. But she's all right.
Speaking of birds, I got woke up by birds this morning. It must have been a bunch. It must have been a bunch of them on top of our chimney or something because it's coming down through the fireplace. It's like a symphony, man. It's tweet, tweet, chirp, chirp.
Yeah, they're pretty active in the spring.
Right. And the way it was echoing down through the fireplace, coming the chimney and down the fireplace, it sounded like they were right in my bedroom, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They were right there. It was pretty loud. So I got a screen up on the top of the chimney, you know, so they can't get down into the chimney, you know.
Yeah.
So before I put that up there, they would sometimes come down through the chimney and they'd be flying around in the house. And we'd be running around trying to catch them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, we always have little baby birds. They make nests every single year on the front porch. Never fails. They always make nests. They have their little baby birds. And they poop all over the place, and then we just tolerate it every year, you know. They come back every year.
Yeah.
I loved when I lived in Texas. There was such a variety of different birds. So in Ohio, I missed that because I like roadrunners and things of that nature. We would see in Texas a lot.
Yeah, we got road runners around here.
But don't see them up here in Ohio. So.
Well, Mark, if we get to a second chapter, I'll help read. But I'm being out here; it's too loud.
I can read.
Oh, that's okay. Phil will read for us. I just thought you were volunteering because you're waving your hand. I said, "Is she volunteering?"
Just gonna have to put up with the bird in the background now and then, adding a little commentary.
It's okay. Casper's full of the ruach.
Yeah.
If I only had birds, that would be one thing. But I've got construction traffic back here, and I really did want to enjoy being out here.
Yeah. Well, that sunlight's good for you. You want to start, Mark?
Yeah, we got 26. We're past our threshold of 25, and we might as well get started. So Luke 11, everybody, page 968. Luke 11. Okay, Phil.
All right, verse 1, chapter 11, Luke. And it came to be while he was praying in a certain place, as he ceased, one of the Talmud said to him, Master, teach us to pray, as Yochanan also taught his Talmud. And he said to them, when you pray, say, Our Father in the Shaim, Let your name be set apart. Let your reign come. Let your desire be done on the earths as it is in heaven. Give us yom by yom our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, for we also forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into trial, but rescue us from the wicked one.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Up here where it says Master teach us to pray, as Yehukanan also taught his Talmudim. I can't find anywhere in scriptures where Yehukanan the immerser was teaching anyone to pray. So this is the only place in scripture that we read that. And so then off of this statement, so that he teaches others to pray, Yehukanan, and but we don't really know what he was saying or what he was teaching them to how to pray. So since there's this statement that Yehukanan was teaching people how to pray, and here Yahusha went ahead and reciprocated and taught the onlookers how to pray. He said, "When you pray, say," and then he said that. Is this something that we're supposed to pray every single time we pray? Is this the only prayer we should ever say, or should we say this prayer at all? Should we repeat this prayer? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Isn't it more like a guide? Because he said, when you pray, say. Well, I don't know, because he does say this. I always took it as a guide.
I did too. Pray to the Father in his Son's name. Is that correct, Mark?
I mean, do you think it's a format and like an outline on how like a flow chart on how we should, like it says, our Father in the Shemayim, and so he begins off by calling him Father, and then he praises his name. He basically praises it or blesses your name to be set apart. And then it goes down and continues to esteem Yahuwah. Let your desire be done on the Retz as in the Shemayim, which in the Shemayim, then there's no diseases, there's no poor people, there's no hardships, no crying and stuff, right? So we want to bring that down here onto the earth. And then after that, it goes in, then begins to ask for daily supplements for ourselves. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts. Now we're wanting to ask for forgiveness, and also we should reciprocate that forgiveness of our debts, which could even mean your debts to society or to Yahuwah for breaking his universal laws or his commands as well. There, a lot of people see that as money, but it could be both. So now we're repenting, asking for forgiveness. Help us to forgive others, because we're asking you to forgive us. So help us to forgive others. And then asking us not to lead us into trial or keep us in the wilderness, perhaps, but rescue us from the wicked one. Bring us out of the wilderness into the promised land type deal. So it's kind of like a flow, like a format. And so we shouldn't start out saying, "Oh, Yahuwah, give me $1 million," right? So we should start praising him and worship him and giving all esteem to him first before we ever ask anything for ourselves. So is this what this format was? Is this what he's teaching us to do here? Or should we say this prayer exactly? What do y'all think?
It's a format.
Yeah, because it talks about in scripture how the heathen repeat prayer after prayer after prayer after prayer and don't put any thought or any emotion into it as a personal relationship with Yahuwah. They just pray to, just to satisfy their own themselves. And so to honor him first is to recognize him as set apart. And therefore, if he's called us, we are set apart from the world. And therefore, we do his ways and not our own ways.
All right. So we can find this prayer type format for praying in Daniel. Matter of fact, in Daniel 9, we find perhaps the most powerful prayer in all of scriptures. And if we look at it closely, it's mind blowing how much Daniel repents and confesses the sins of mankind way before he even asks for anything. It's just mind blowing. Perhaps we should go there to Daniel 9. It's on page 905.
What verse?
Well, it is very long prayer. It's begins with 9:1, and we'll see through here. He starts the prayer actually in verse 4, and he confesses and repents all the way through 16, and then the prayer continues when then he starts asking Yahuwah for stuff, and then and while speaking and praying and confessing, before he even finishes the prayer, as we see in verse 20, Elohim, the Kadesh mountain of Elohim, I was still speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel. So the archangel Gabriel comes down and says, Daniel, I have now come forth to make you wise concerning insight, for you are greatly appreciated. So he comes down and grants him his prayer while he's still praying. So this is a mind-blowing, like I said, perhaps the best and most powerful prayer in scriptures. Who wants to read that? Besides Phil.
Starting on 4.
It's somebody besides Phil. Who wants to read this prayer for Daniel?
I'll read it. I don't care.
Nobody? Okay,
and I prayed to Yahuwah, my Elohim, and made confession and said, Yahuwah, great and awesome all, guarding the covenant and the kindness of those who love him, and to those who guard his commands. We have sinned and did crookedness and did wrong and rebelled to turn aside from your commands and from your right rulings. We have not listened to your servants, the prophets, who spoke in your name to our sovereigns, our heads, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land.
Okay, hold on, Phil.
Okay.
Now take note here. He is actually taking responsibility for other people's sins upon himself. Why? This is a prayer now.
Because he's not listened either. Perhaps. I don't know.
Because we're all one blood, flesh and
Right.
blood. What happens to us happens to us all. And so he's taking it's like, apologizing and confessing the sin of us all against Elohim, against Yahuwah. And he's taking full responsibility for other people's sins upon himself and begging for forgiveness for mankind. This is huge, man. When you can accept the responsibility for other people's sins upon yourself, you've become Mashiach-like. Get that through that skull, man. This is extremely, extremely powerful stuff here.
And that's why we're supposed to occupy. Sorry. That's why we're supposed to occupy till his return. We're not supposed to be hiding somewhere, being useless. We're supposed to be right in the middle of it because we're supposed to be setting the example and offering the correction that he can offer through our righteousness through him.
Yes, that's right. And not be pointing fingers.
Right.
Oh, look at you. Look at him. He's a sinner. He's for sure he's going to the lake of fire. See what I'm saying? No. I'm sorry, Yahuwah, we have sinned. Include yourself in on that person's crookedness because you're crooked as they are. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite.
Yeah. You know, and I used to do that, say to myself, or perhaps somebody, they're going to the lake of fire. And then I thought to myself, I need to repent of that because he'll throw me there first for condemning them and something I've done myself, or as a collective whole, I have not spoken against. You know what I mean? As far as offering correction or whatever it might be.
Okay, so go back to Luke 11 very quickly. Just glance back to Luke 11. Did Yahuwah include everybody in his prayer? Give us day by day our daily bread and forgive us our debts. You seeing that? He ain't saying me, forgive me. He's taking the responsibility of everyone's debts upon himself.
Well, and that's what he did when he went to the stake. He took everybody's sin, at least those who he was going to redeem. So we should be praying that same way. That's awesome. That is really awesome.
And so, go ahead.
Even
Phil.
even though that might be what we know we should do, that doesn't mean we're doing it. You know what I mean? When you step back and you think about it, you think, well, of course I know that, but you're not doing it. Or not, I'm not saying you guys, me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
And it's, like sometimes I'll pray and I'll just say, forgive us for what we've done to you, Yahuwah. Forgive, I'm so sorry that we've done the things we have done to you, And when we begin to pray like this, we begin to take responsibility for the sins of our brothers and sisters upon ourselves. We become Mashiach-like. It's so powerful. Phyllis, did you have your hand up, Phyllis? No? Okay.
I was going to say something earlier, but Phil said it first.
Okay.
Ha ha.
Anybody
ha, Phyllis. Even though you beat me here on the broadcast. Sorry, Mark. That's insubordination. I know I should sit in the corner, but.
Any questions or comments or anything, thoughts up to this point on this prayer? Now, this is a prayer. So remember, this is a prayer. We're listening to Daniel pray here. Okay, go ahead, Phil.
Oh, okay. Yahuwah, to you is the righteousness and the shame of, and to us the shame of face, as it is this Yom to the men of Yehuda, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to all Israel, those near and far off in all the lands which you have driven them, because of their trespass, which they have trespassed against you. Master, to us the shame of face, to our sovereigns, to our heads, and to our fathers, because we have sinned against you. To Yahuwah our Elohim are the compassions, forgiveness, for we have rebelled against him. And we have not obeyed the voice of Yahuwah our Elohim to walk in his Torah, which he set before us through his servants, the prophets. And all Israel have transgressed your Torah and turned aside so as not to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the Torah of Moshe, the servant of Elohim, has been poured out on us, for we have sinned against him.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Are we noticing all, us, we? He never is. It's not about him, is it? He's praying for all humans. He's putting us all in one basket. It's like all or none, right? You seeing how he's praying here? This is huge, man. To pray for yourself is selfish, greedy, wicked. We have to understand this. Heal him. Heal her, Yahuwah. Heal us all. Go ahead, Phil.
Is that why probably most of us, though, the called to set apart ones always are so much more excited to give someone else a gift than or to buy something ourselves? We get so much more out of it when we share or give a gift to others. Doesn't have to necessarily be a gift we buy, but even a gift we buy, I'm always so excited to give it to that person, you know. And that's that same gift of salvation. We don't give it to them, but we share the news to the lost ones of Yahuwah's saving.
That's right. Sister Sandra, R and give us equals all. Sister Rose, wow, I have read that and not seen it clearly.
And does that go with the same thing? He knows what we need already. I'm paraphrasing here. I don't know the scripture, but he already knows what you need. So instead of praying for yourself, pray for others.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the confirming and admitting that we don't deserve nothing. None of us do. Nobody deserves any special treatment above anybody else. And so it's like he has he shows no partiality over between people, because we're all in the same boat, man. We're all because of one man's sin, we've all sinned, right? Because of one man's disobedience, we've all disobeyed, and we're all condemned to sin, to death, right? But through one man, we can all be resurrected, the man Yahushua Mashiach, right? It's all in one basket. That's what makes Yahushua so magnificent, okay? Because of his actions and because of what he did, we can all be resurrected. All of us. It's open to all of us. We're all in the same boat, man. And so to pray for yourself is greedy, selfish, prideful, wicked. We need to adjust how we pray. I hope everybody's seeing that. Because in a sense, if you just pray and you don't even acknowledge Yahuwah, man, maybe you say Father in heaven, but then you start asking for things. You're saying, I'm better than anybody else, pay attention to me and give me what I want. See what I'm saying? So to think more highly of yourself is wickedness, man. This is what makes Daniel's prayer here so powerful. And Yahusha's example, so powerful. He's not, the whole point of Yahusha's prayer, which we're going to understand here in a moment, is that he's not telling us to pray for ourselves. He's telling us to pray for each other. Natsarim, we have to pray for each other all the time, every day. Not for yourself. And then things will start happening. Okay, Phil, unless anybody's got questions or comments or thoughts. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, and I was walking home, y'all. Thanks for waiting for me. But that's why I love the prayer, going through those words, because it centers me and it sort of reminds me. It's almost like I feel like Yahusha's, showing us, what to cover. You know what I mean? Because I don't know about you, but if I just start praying, I sort of ramble off and I forget what I'm going to say. You know what I mean? I forget to cover things, but it centers me. It's like, listening to those words. And that's the one thing I say. I start my prayers every night with, because I know that that's how he taught us to pray. But yet, I'll tell you what, any of those circuses that I go to, none of them say it ever. And I've heard one say it. It was a guy came down from New York City, and he was shocked that we don't say that. And I just thought that was interesting. So anyway, thank you.
Mark,
Anybody else?
Am I continuing in Daniel here?
Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
All right. Verse 12. And he has confirmed his words which spoke against us and against our rulers who judged us, by bringing upon us great evil. For under all the Shamanim there has not been not been done like what was done to Jerusalem. And it is written in the Torah of Moshe, all this evil has come upon us, and we have not entertained the face of Yahuwah, our Elohim, to turn back from our crimes and to study your truth. Hence Yahuwah has watched over the evil and brought it upon us. For Yahuwah, our Elohim, is righteous in all the works which he has done, but we have not obeyed his voice. And now Yahuwah, our Elohim, who brought your people out of the land of Mishram with a strong hand and made yourself a name, as it is in this Yom, we have sinned, we have done falsely. Yahuwah, according to all your uprightness, I pray, let your displeasure and your wrath be turned away from your city, Jerusalem, your set-apart mountain. For because of our sins and because of the crimes of our fathers, Jerusalem and your people have become a reproach to all those around us. From now, our Elohim.
Hang on a minute, Phil.
All right.
Okay, so that right there ends his confession and his repentance for mankind. You see all that, what he was saying there? Okay, and so right about there, after verse 16, it ends the repentance, the confession, that we're all sinners, we're all shame of face, we all deserve what we get. We all deserve to be here in this death, on this death planet, on death row, basically. Paraphrasing, of course. Okay, so now after all that, okay, after 16 verses, the prayer continues. Now watch watch how he changes his tone in his prayer. The prayer continues, but the repentance and confession is stopped. Okay, Phil, let's go.
Verse 17. And now our Elohim, hear the prayer of your servant. There's an echo, Mark.
Is there an echo?
Yeah, you hear it? I just hear it. And his supplications, and for the sake of Yahuwah, cause your face to shine on your set-apart place, which is laid waste. Is Mark coming? Okay. My Elohim, incline your ear to hear. Open your eyes and see our waste and the city which is called by your name. For we do not present our supplications before you because of our righteous deeds, but because of your great compassions. Yahuwah, hear.
Okay, stop
Yahuwah,
right
forgive.
there. Hang on right there.
All right.
Okay.
Next time I'll wait to get back in. I'm sorry.
And the city which was called by your name, incline your ear and hear, open your eyes to see our waste, and the city which is called by your name. For we do not present our supplications before you because of our righteous deeds, but because of your great compassions. Bam! Are we all seeing that right there? We're not worthy, man, to be even asked for anything. So we're not asking because of our righteous deeds or because we're worthy for him to help us or do anything about our situation. But we're going to ask because of his great compassions to make him great. Go ahead, Phil.
That's when I witness to people, and I say I'll be very, very fortunate and in good favor if I make it into the set apart place with Yahuwah. And then of course they marvel at faith. They're like, "What? You're saying that about yourself?" I go, "You darn right I am, for sure."
Yeah. Now this next verse, verse 19, is perhaps the most powerful verse in all of scriptures. So listen to it very closely. Phil, read verse 19.
Yahuwah, hear. O Yahuwah, forgive. Yahuwah, listen and act. Do not delay for your own sake, my Elohim, for your city and your people are called by your name.
Stop. Can somebody want to elaborate on that verse? There's a whole lot right there. He's asking you, Yahuwah, to hear and to forgive and to listen, and not only hear his prayer, but to act swiftly on his prayer. Because he says, do not delay for your own sake, for your esteem, Yahuwah, esteem yourself and act swiftly, for your city and your people are called by your name. Oh, do not delay, Yahuwah, for I bear your name. He's esteeming himself by helping his people who are known by his name to the other nations. So they can say, oh, look, their Elohim blesses them because they are known by his name. And all the esteem goes to Yahuwah. So don't do it because I'm righteous or worthy or anything, because I'm not. We all deserve the punishment we're getting, but do it because of your compassions, your greatness, for your esteem, for everybody can see you and how great you are and how magnificent you are. Do it for yourself, Yahuwah, because I bear your name. Don't embarrass yourself because of me. I bear your name, but do it to esteem yourself, not me. What a powerful prayer. What a powerful statement that is. Do you use that in your prayer? If you don't, maybe you should start doing that. This is extremely powerful. We'll see how powerful it is as soon as Yahuwah starts answering this prayer. Okay, go ahead, Phil.
And while I was speaking and praying and confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting my supplication before Yahuwah, my Elohim, for the Kadesh mountain of my Elohim, while I was still speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in a vision at the beginning, came close to me in swift flight about the time of the evening offering. And he made me understand and talked with me and said, Daniel, I have come forth to make you wise concerning insight. At the beginning of your supplications, a word went out, and I have come to make it known for you are greatly appreciated. So consider the word and comprehend the vision. 70 weeks are decreed for your people and for your set-apart city, to put an end to the transgression, and to seal up the sins, and to cover crookedness, and to bring everlasting righteousness, and to seal up the vision and prophet, and to anoint the most set apart. Know then and understand, from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem until Mashiach, the prince, is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. And it shall be built again with streets and trench, but in the times of affliction. And after the 62 weeks of Mashiach shall be cut off and have nothing. And the people of the coming prince shall destroy the city and set apart place. And at the end of it is with a flood, and the wastes are decreed, and the fighting until the end. And he shall confirm a covenant with the many for 1 week, and in the middle of the week he shall put an end to the slaughtering and the meal offering. And on the wing of abominations he shall lay waste, even until the complete end. And that which is decreed is poured out on the one who lays waste.
Okay, so there you go. So the answer to Daniel's prayer was he was giving insight of the latter days, the end times. He was showing the end of things. That was his answer, how Yahuwah answered his prayer. He let him see the end of things, what was going to happen at the end times. And he also gave him a vision of the Yahushua HaMashiach, didn't he? And the destruction of the second temple in 70 AD, didn't he? So he showed him quite a bit of the future in response to his prayer. And when did he answer his prayer? When did Yahuwah break in and answer that prayer? Right after verse 19, when Daniel says, Yahuwah hear, O Yahuwah forgive. Yahuwah, listen and act. Do not delay for your own sake, my Elohim, for your city and your people are called by your name. And boom, Yahuwah acted, answered his prayer right there. He even interrupted it. He didn't even allow him to finish the prayer. That's how quickly he acted on that prayer. He interrupted it. So that verse 19 is powerful words. Study it, get to understand it, get to know it, and start using it in your prayer life. Probably will not find a more powerful verse about prayer than that right there. So get to know it well. Okay, let's go back to Luke 11. And so this little example we get here from Yahusha in Luke 11 kind of mirrors Daniel's prayer, doesn't it? Can we all see that now? Like a little tiny mirror example of Daniel's prayer. And so, yeah, this is a format. This is how we should, pray. And look, like Daniel did, and how Yahusha gave us an example on how we should pray. Okay? Now, can we say these exact words? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with saying the exact words at all. But is that all we should say? No. We are human beings. We have minds. We have personalities. We all have different thoughts and things in our minds, and we can use our imagination, our initiatives, and our motives and everything to come up and pray this prayer in the same type format, but asking for other things, that we may be seeking or for not only us, but others. And so if we can remember in this prayer here that he's not saying me, I. He's saying us, our, all, us, including all of mankind in on the prayer, which really does what? What does that do when we do that? We're not centered on ourselves. We're not self-centered. We're actually including everybody else in on our prayers. What is that? That?
We become humble.
Exactly.
We love our neighbor.
Exactly. It's humility. That's what it is. And Yahuwah loves a humble being. It attracts him. Self-centeredness, narcissists, greed, thinking highly of yourself, puffed up with leaven, egomaniac. That doesn't attract Yahuwah. He doesn't like that stuff. He seeks out the humble. That's who he wants. Why? Why do you suppose Yahuwah is attracted by humility? Why does he seek out the humble being? You think, doesn't he like the people who are smarter, bigger, stronger, more intelligent, dominates over everybody else, the alpha? Don't you think he would like the best, the smartest, the strongest, the most talent? Why does he want the low one? Why does he seek the poor, the brokenhearted, the humble being? Why? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Because he said, when you are weak, I am strong.
Oh, that's a good point. In your weakness, I am made strong. That's a good point. Go ahead, Kate.
The egotistical people are worshiping themselves as an idol, and that's idolatry, and it's against the Debarim.
A very good point. That's correct. self-worship, humanism. It's a form of idolatry. Go ahead, Raul.
Humility is love.
Humility is love for others, isn't it? That's right. Go ahead, Joshua.
Well, I was just going to say it's because it's how we're going to need to serve in the kingdom as well. You know, the kingdom to come. You know, you're going to show egotism and everything else in a person is to show they're fleshly minded, you know, and they're in the here in this fleshly world, whereas he's trying to get us to look past that, you know. So you want to be humble.
Dave?
I consider it the whole concept of love. You know, like when I love people and I made it to, you know, life is not about me. I care about what happens to them. Like really care. Like I was studying one of Lou's books today, and I was you know, what was it, Ezekiel, and it's almost like if we don't try to save people, we'll be just as condemned. You know what I mean? But not just out of the fear of what's going to happen to us, but to really get to that point that we really want the best. I mean, like truly want the best for people. And I can't tell you how I became that way, and I'm not bragging about it. I really care more about people than I do myself now. And it's fascinating how well life has turned out because of that, you know? And that's my but that was just, it was funny because I was reading it was one of Lou's books that was I forgot which one it was, I'm sorry, but it's even like going to Ezekiel, like if we don't try to save them, then we'll be punished just as bad. And I don't think it's a matter of like, you know, fear. I think it's a matter of like we should naturally really care and really love people, like just as Yahushua loves us and went through all that for us. I mean, the torture he went through for us. Okay, all right, thanks. Over
Yeah,
10-4.
I'm liking a lot of the comments I'm seeing over here in the chat room. When Yahusha walked the earth, right? He was Yahuwah incarnated, right? Robed in flesh. He was the Lamb of Yahuwah. He came to die, right? Okay. Yahuwah humbled himself and became like us. He came in the image of man. And he humbled himself and he put himself last so that we could be first. Okay. He even humbled himself to the stake, to death. He was like a lamb led to slaughter. He remained silent. He didn't say anything. He just went there and he died. He was the creator of the Shemayim and of the earth. And he humbled himself below man and put man above himself, even to the stake. And so therefore, he searches out humble beings like him who even put themselves below him. And he went pretty far down the scale in order for us to be able to live. You see what he did? He humbled himself and put everybody above him so that we may live because of his death. He died for us. That's why we need to be humble. If you act all ego and prideful and seeing yourself higher, putting yourself higher than what you really are, then you're putting yourself above Yahuwah. You're acting like you're better than Yahuwah. He was a dog to you. You know, I'm better than the Messiah. You know, he was spit on, beat up. You know, I'm tough. Ain't nobody gonna do that to me. You see the point I'm making here? That's why he's looking for that humble heart, man. He wants somebody who's going to put themselves last behind everyone else. And that's the person he's seeking. But what does he say? The last will be first, and the first will be last. So he's not going to leave your humbleness unrewarded. In the reign of Yahuwah, you will be first because you put yourself last. Because through your humility, you have shown him that you love others even more than yourself. That's why he seeks the humble heart. That's what he did. Did he have to do it? Now, he could have struck everybody dead. He could have just totally said, be gone. And the entire creation would have disappeared, and he could have started over. He said, I'm done with you people. Y'all crazy. I'm gonna start over. I'm gonna do this differently. I'm tired of fooling with you. But he didn't. Why? Because he prophesied. He made a promise to Adam and Kua. He would send the Savior so they wouldn't have to stay in the grave forever. And so since he said it, he has to do it, and that's what he did. Okay, so he seeks the humble, and we need to learn to walk in humility with Yahuwah. If we have any chance at all of getting our prayers answered and realizing the resurrection, man, we have to learn to walk with humility with Yahuwah, man, even below Yahusha. We need to get below him. Do we realize that all things bow down to Yahuwah? Nothing's above Yahuwah. Look, even Yahuwah's word and Yahuwah's name bows down to him. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on this at this point? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Did you just say his word bows down to him?
Yes. Even his word and his name bow down to him. He is great beyond our ability to comprehend. In other words. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Okay, Phil, let's go move on then.
Luke 11, verse 5. And he said to them, which of you shall have a friend and go to him at midnight and say to him, friend, lend me 3 loaves, since a friend of mine has come to me on his journey, and I do not have food to set before him. Then the one inside answer me says, do not trouble me. The door is already locked, and my children are with me in bed. I am unable to get up and give to you. I say to you, if he does not get up and give to him because he is his friend, he shall not get up and give him as many as he needs because of his persistence. And I say to you,
hold on. What does that mean, somebody? What's that mean? What can we get out of that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, at one point, Yahusha gave a parable that if an unrighteous judge kept ruling against a widow, that she would keep going back and back and back to him, and not because he was righteous, but because he wanted to stop the harassment, he gives the righteous judgment.
Anybody else? So so this man's his friend. Are we not? Did not Yahusha call us friends? And so we go and we ask something of him, and perhaps, he's not entertained. He's not really focused on, our wants and needs, right? Especially when we're asking for ourselves. But yet we remain persistent. We're praying and praying and praying day in and day out, day after day, week after week, month after month, maybe perhaps year after year, for this thing that we're wanting. And sooner or later, he says, I'm tired of hearing you, and he gives it to you. Is this what this is teaching us? Perseverance and prayer, never giving up on what our hope is. Once we give up on something, then it comes devastation, right? Go ahead, Raul.
I think you talked about that last night, that we should never lose hope, because once you lose hope, you lose everything.
That's right. Is that not what this is teaching us? Would you all say? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Yeah, and you are correct, Raul. We spoke about that last night. Okay, Phil.
Verse 9. And I say to you, ask it, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. For everyone asks receives, and he who is seeking finds, and to him who is knocking it shall be opened. And what a father among you whose son asks for bread shall give him a stone, or if he asks for a fish, give him a snake instead of a fish, or if he asks for an egg, shall give him a scorpion. If you then, being wicked, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father from heaven give the Ruach of HaKodesh to those asking him?
Okay, stop.
Good.
Okay, so what does this mean? What's this telling us? Go ahead, Joshua.
Basically, that even us in our fleshly bodies and minds and wickedness and our lowly selves compared to him, we give good gifts to people that we love. So how much more will we get from him, from the Creator, who's righteous in all ways, and to those of us that ask. So that's basically what it says.
Phyllis?
I have some trouble explaining to people because they say, well, it says right here, whatever you ask. But I think it means we're talking about someone who has the Ruach. And if you ask for something that the Ruach has told you to ask, you will receive it because he's putting it on your mind.
Yeah, that's right. He's the one that's giving you the thought to say that prayer because he wants to give it to you, but he needs you to ask. And so it's amazing how Yahushua is relating that to the Ruach HaKodesh. And so he's saying, being wicked, you know how to give gifts to your own children, good gifts. He's good. He knows how to give gifts to his children, those who he's chosen. First of all, you have to be his child.
Mm-hmm.
And how much more shall the Father from heaven give the Ruach HaKodesh to those asking him? He changed the whole subject to receive and being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh as a gift. And so receiving the Ruach HaKodesh means that you now can receive everything else that you've been begging for and being persistent about, even for yourself. But with the Ruach HaKodesh in you, that outlook should switch over to we and us and all, rather than me, gimme.
Mhm.
It should switch your thoughts, your requests over into a broader horizon, to a broader spectrum of understanding that, hey, man, it's not just about me. It's about the people I love. You know, what good is it if I get it and the people I love suffer? We give it to us. See what I'm saying? Now Yahuwah, he gives you the Ruach HaKodesh. You start thinking like-minded like him. You become like-minded with Yahusha. See, and you start, and your mind shifts, and so you get the leaven out. You become unleavened bread. Then, see what I'm saying? You're wandering in the wilderness portion of your life ends at that point, and you become unleavened bread. You're not puffed up anymore. You're concerned about others over yourself even. But notice here where it says he gives the Ruach HaKodesh to those asking him, here in Luke 11:13. But we also find examples of him giving the Ruach HaKodesh to those who obey him, and the Ruach HaKodesh to those who believe him. And so this opens up the door a little bit more wider. And we say, no, wait a minute now. To receive the Ruach HaKodesh, we have to believe, we have to obey, and we have to ask for it. You see what I'm saying? And so once we understand this and see it in a broader spectrum, if you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh, then you can understand what you have to do to receive it. So look over at Acts 5:32. Go to Acts 5:32. It's on page 994. It says, and we are his witnesses to these matters, and so also is the Ruach HaKodesh, whom Elohim has given to those who obey him. See that? Who obey him. So obedience is needed. Asking him for his gift of the Ruach HaKodesh is needed. But there's one more thing that's needed. Okay? Belief. And so go to Yehukanan 7. Yehukanan 7. $37. 7:37. $7:37 to 39. And on the last Yom, the great Yom of the festival, Yahushua stood and cried out, saying, if anyone thirsts, let him come to me, and let him who believes in me drink. As the scripture said, out of his innermost shall flow rivers of living water. And this he said concerning the Ruach, which those believing in him were about to receive. For the Ruach HaKodesh was not yet given, because Yahushua was not yet esteemed. So here we see here in verse 39, concerning the Ruach, which those believing in him were about to receive. So it requires belief as well. Belief in what? In his existence? Is that belief in his existence? He had not been esteemed yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody there believed he existed because he was standing right in front of them.
Believe in the commandments.
Well, yeah, I mean, in Acts 5:32, it says he gives it to those who obey him, which would be the commandments. So I want to say simply, that there's 3 ingredients, okay, or portions needed to receive the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, and maybe this is why some people have not received the gift yet, because they're not understanding what's required to receive the Ruach. Go ahead, Raul.
You need to believe in his blood. And
There it is. That's right. So you need to believe in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah. Because what did that do? Okay, we got to put this belief thing in perspective. So people were believing in the works of their hands. In other words, they were sacrificing animals and bleeding out animals, shedding the blood of innocent animals to try to cover their sins. Okay, that's what they were doing. And they were doing it every single day, week in and week out. There was even a continual sacrifice that never ended. And there was a daily sacrifice. And then when festivals came up, there was the festival sacrifices on top of the continual and the daily. And they were killing a ton of animals. Go ahead, Phyllis.
How could they believe in the blood of the Lamb when he hasn't been killed yet?
Well, they were in training, but they didn't know that. They were just doing what they thought they were supposed to do to cover their sins. Okay, and this was something they were seeing. They saw it being performed every day with their own eyes, right? So they could see it all day long, every day, the blood rolling, coming out of the animals, going down the trough, right, on the altar. They were seeing all this blood sacrificing with their own eyes every day. And so they believed in animal blood to cover their sins, is what they were believing in. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, I meant, how could they believe in the blood of the Lamb, Yahushua, if he hasn't been bled yet?
Oh, well, they couldn't. At that point, they couldn't. They knew about it. It's prophesied all through the Torah and the prophets, but it hadn't happened. Okay, so they couldn't believe in something that hadn't happened yet. They were looking for it to happen, and they were anticipating it to happen because they knew about it. But yeah, it hadn't happened yet, so they couldn't believe in it yet at prior, preceding his death. Okay, and that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting to. That's the whole point here. Go ahead, Raul.
plus, Yahukanan the Immerser was preparing his way. He said, "There comes the Lamb of God that takes the sins of the world." So they had heard about it before.
Yeah, they heard about it. They knew about it. Okay, so that was what they were believing in. Okay, now here comes the Lamb of Yahusha. He spills his blood for the remission of sins, right? And now, when he did that, there was a one-time for all time animal blood sacrifice. Okay, so now, the people that saw that the day that he sacrificed himself were the only ones that would ever see it with their own eyes. Everybody else from that point on can only believe that that blood sacrifice happened through belief, by hearing the word and believing that he sacrificed himself and shed his blood. See what I'm saying? So when we believe in the power of the blood of Yahusha, it's because of belief, because we didn't witness it with our own eyes. We just believe it. You see what I'm saying? So that's the belief in him, is he was the Lamb of Yahuwah, and he took away all sins for all time in a one-time offering. So we'll never witness it with our own eyes. We can only believe that it happened, that it was him, and that it happened through belief in that blood sacrifice. We believe it. You see what I'm saying? It's not belief in his existence. They all saw him standing there. They knew he existed. Now, the existence in Yahuwah is a whole different thing. You must believe that he exists before you can go anywhere else. That's ground one, right? That's job number one, believing in his existence, or nothing. You can't believe in anything at all unless you believe in the existence of a creator. That's a whole different thing. That's a totally different subject. People get those two things mixed up. You can't mix them up. So it's belief in the existence of a creator. And then a whole different subject is believing in the existence of the Lamb of Yahuwah who shed his blood for the remission of sins. One time for all time. And we cannot witness it with our own eyes. We can only believe that it was him, the Lamb of Yahuwah, and that he shed his blood to remove our sins. That that really happened because what is written. That's what we believe in, folks. Anytime you say belief, that's all that is. Belief in the blood of Yahusha. You seeing the difference? Everybody? Is there any questions or comments on any of that? Anybody at all? Are we all fully understanding that? So if we read, or if we have a certain person in a certain denomination come up to us and they say, it's not about works, it's just about belief. All you have to do is believe. What do we say? Because they're asking, what they're insinuating is it's all about believing in his existence. Believe that he's the son of Elohim, right? It's not about obedience, it's just about belief. Right? And we can take him to James and show him in James where your belief without works is dead, and they're just going to take you right back over into Romans or Galatians or somewhere. Go ahead, Dad.
No, this happened to me today when I was at the coffee shop. Like, there's a guy he's a friend of mine. He's a pastor in training, and he was telling me, I'm like, yeah, I'm talking about following the commandments, and I was like studying that, like Lou's book, and like he's like, yeah, you just go to Philippians, and yeah, we're all forgiven, and it's not by works, it's by this, and he just like was quoting this stuff off, and then I was showing him Ezekiel, and I was showing him like what I was reading, but I just find it fascinating. I'm so glad you're talking about this, what I'm saying, because I was curious. I'm like, where does it say we don't have to follow the commandments anymore? You know, and I think that's something that we were covering. I think you were covering it like 2 weeks ago on your Friday night when you were just mentioning that we need to keep following the commandments, and that's the most important part. It's like having a child who's breaking the rules, and you're like, yeah, but you love me, I'll keep breaking the rules. You know what I mean? Eventually, you know, you got to be accountable. But that's why I'm glad you're covering this. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what are we repenting of? When we repent, what are we repenting of?
I was waiting.
We're repenting of being lawless.
Yep.
Disobedience.
Disobedience.
Yep.
What's sin? What is sin?
Disobedience.
Disobedience. Yeah.
Lawlessness. Sin is lawlessness.
Yep.
Means you're a criminal. You're breaking the laws. It's why you're sentenced to death. The death penalty was attached to breaking any of the 10 debarim. The law says you broke them all, and therefore you have 10 back-to-back death sentences. Is your penalty. You ain't getting out of 10 back-to-back death sentences. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, no, and I had a question about that, and that's one thing I've been studying all that. Like I was reading the 10, and I mean they seem pretty easy to follow. I mean, honestly, I mean people might have a problem with the adultery part, but I'm like, no, you just don't do that. But it almost seems too simple, you know, to follow. And I don't know if it's just the world and, you know, Christianity has put such a big, you know, like, oh, this is impossible. You know what I mean? And then people are like, oh, if it's impossible, why don't I even try? But I mean, but I wonder about that. I know that you were talking about that, and I forgot which reading you were doing this in, about the, you know, how the stuff that was written beside the ark, you know, and how that was taken care of, you know, through Yahusha's blood. And I'm just curious about, you know, if you follow the basic 10 commandments, they're really not that difficult to follow. It's the branches of those commandments, I'm assuming, that people get lost in, and that's where I've been trying to find an answer to, and I can't find it. You know, like lust isn't one of them, right? But then could that be considered, you know, committing against, you know what I mean, like number 10, I think, or like different things like that. And but I just find it really fascinating as I'm studying this, that like I go to a Christian Bible study, and it's interesting because they know I'm a Natsarim, and they know that, you know, hate to tell you guys, but I believe the earth is flat. That's my own personal thing. It's nobody else. Doesn't matter. I know Lou doesn't like that, but like it's like I have my own opinions based on what I've been studying, and I'm just looking for more and more things to point at them, because that preacher in training immediately was like, yeah, look at Philippians, look at this, you know, oh, you know, we all get off the hook, and I'm like, I don't know. And I think that's where learning to have our, now I want to call it like our armament, but like our stuff to have to be able to show them right back, you know, this is what you can learn from, you know what I mean? But anyway, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. If you think about the 10 Debarim more as a marriage covenant, marriage vows, then they become a lot easier. You can see that it's a light, the burden's light, you know, it's not something that's impossible to do. So if you go get married to some woman and you're madly in love with this woman, you're not going to break your marriage vows. You're not going to commit adultery on her, right?
Bingo.
And you're not going to do things you ain't supposed to do. Because why? Because you love her, first of all. And second of all, you're fearful if you get caught, you're getting a divorce and you're going to lose her, right? And so out of fear, out of love, you don't even think about breaking them marriage vows. And it's the same way with our marriage vows, which is the 10 Debarim. You think of them that way, they become very easy to obey because you're madly in love with Yahusha. That's why I always throw that thing across the screen. Remember to stay in love with Yahusha, your husband. You know, forsake all others and cling to your husband, right? And then you won't break your marriage vows if you're in love. If you fall out of love with your spouse, then you're likely to go commit adultery, okay? And then experience a separation, right? See what I'm saying? Same thing. If you break one of the 10 Debarim, you're more than likely that you're going to fall away, you know?
Absolutely. It's like I had my ex, like, she was like, yeah, she was trying to be cool, and like, hey, we can go to Hooters if you want, and I'll feel comfortable with it. And I'm like, why would I want to do that? You know what I mean? Why would I even want to put myself around temptation? You know what I mean? Regardless if you're going to be strong for that, why would I want to put you through that? I love you. You know what I mean? And it's just like ideas, and I think that's the problem with the worldly hauntings on everyone. Is it coaxes people about, you know, what am I going to miss out if I do this? What am I? And like I'm telling people, you're not going to miss out on anything. You're just going to be happy. You know what I mean? It's like he's literally giving us an instruction manual on how to be happy, and it's fascinating. But yeah, I'm passionate about this. Thanks, y'all. Cool.
Yeah. The moral laws that teach us what sin is were not abolished. Okay.
That's
and the 10 Debarim, or what they call the 10 Commandments, was not abolished either. It was inside the ark, and it's now inside of us, written on our inward parts and put in our mind. So we have become the Ark of the Covenant. They weren't abolished, okay, at all. They're part of the new covenant or the everlasting covenant. Your marriage to Yahuwah, they're your marriage vows. You took them, you better honor them, or he'll separate from you, divorce you. Phil?
Cool.
Did you have something to say, Phil?
No, yeah, I just the 10 Debarim, they're our obedience, so they're about him and not us. It's our set apart sacrifice to our husband, And like you were saying before, I just had that, but then you said a lot of what I was going to say. But nevertheless, yeah, it's not about what I can do for him. It's what he can do for me. So we always think, well, I'm doing this and this and this will put me in good favor. Well, no, it won't. It's filthy rags. So therefore, we are drawn by him and set apart because of him. So we want to honor him by worship, and worship is obeying what we're supposed to do. And nobody else. It doesn't matter about anybody else, but the fruit of that, of course, is everyone around us, our neighbors, are shown true love. I don't think there's any true love without the 10 commandments. I think everything else is fake. And there's some good fakery out there, we all know, in different products. So I think that Hashatan is allowed to let this fakery prosper in those who are lost. But deep down, the true love is obviously taught by Yahuwah and no other. And so therefore, if we don't honor those, we are living in an illusion. And the world is a complete illusion. And then we're drawn to it if we're living in that realm without the Ruach HaKodesh. So definitely, we are set apart, and that's just the way it is. So we need to act like we're set apart, not like we're better than others. Those cast stones of pride towards us because they think, oh, you think you're better than me because you do this, this, and this. And no, not at all. I have conviction and I have direction by my Father, and I'm not going to make an apology about it. It is you that is speaking to yourself. It's your innermost part speaking, crying out for redemption, but you will not or have not been drawn by the Father. So it's definitely quite obvious when the Father says all these things, that's what he means. So there's no wavering. It's this the way it is. And who are we in our pride to direct and instruct him, like in Job, when he said, the Father said, where were you when I made this earth? You better be still, my friend. You better be still. So nevertheless, it's quite an honor and a privilege and a terrifying thing to be under Yahuwah, because he knows our every thought and our every motivation. So therefore, we must submit with humble abode and act humble toward all others. And he's many times told me, you're in the power of different teaching and instruction of others. Take no credit for any of it. So I don't take any credit for anything I do. I always give credit to others that make me, and obviously him that make me who I am. I don't make me who I am. He makes me who I am.
I guess since we're on this subject, everybody go to Romans 3. Romans 3, page 1097, 1097. This whole chapter is mind-blowing, but we'll start here at 18. So Romans 3, verse 18 says, there is no fear of Yahuwah before their eyes. And we know that whatever the Torah says, it says to those who are in the Torah, so that every mouth might be stopped and all the world come under judgment before Yahuwah. Therefore, by works of Torah, no flesh shall be declared right before him. For by the Torah is the knowledge of sin. So the knowledge of sin comes through the law, okay? And this is talking about the works of Torah as animal blood. This means instructions. Torah means instructions, okay? And so this is the instructions that were set outside of the ark. Lou White does a fantastic job of explaining this in Fossilized Customs. Mm-hmm. So these priestly procedures and ordinances that was placed outside the ark had to do with works of his instructions of animal blood sacrifices, what the priests were supposed to do. If you did, say you committed a certain sin, you would have to sacrifice 2 doves and a lamb or something, whatever. And these instructions were placed outside the ark, okay, because they were only temporary. The commandments were placed inside the ark, which they are now, because we are the ark. So they're inside of the temple, we're his third temple, and then in the Holy of Holies, which is our heart, and they're placed in there. And so when we become the temple and the Ark of the Covenant, we carry around the 10 Debarim. in us. Okay. So the works of Torah here is speaking about animal sacrificing through the old priesthood procedures. Okay. And it says, no one flesh shall be declared right before him through these procedures, because it don't work. Okay. So they're in training. For by the Torah, or the instructions, is the knowledge of sin. The knowledge of sin comes through the law. So through the law written in the Torah, we know it proves to us or shows us that we're sinners. We have no excuse now. But now, apart from the Torah, a justice of Yahuwah has been revealed, being witnessed by the Torah and the prophets, and the righteousness of Yahuwah is through belief in Yahushua Mashiach to all and on all who believe, for there is no difference. And all who believe in his life-giving blood, the sacrifice of the Lamb of Yahuwah, it's changed. The laws that were outside the ark are gone now. They are abolished. See, because animal blood never worked to begin with. So now our belief in Yahushua's sacrifice is all we need. Not in his existence, but in the power of his magnificent blood, his perfect blood, pure blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, flowed through the veins of Yahushua. Okay? And so the righteousness of Yahuwah is through belief in Yahushua Mashiach for everyone who believes in the power of his blood, able to remove your sins, blot out your sins. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory, the esteem of Yahuwah. Being declared right without pain, you didn't die. By his favor through the redemption which is in Mashiach, whom Yahuwah set forth as an atonement through belief in his blood. There it is right there. Belief in his blood. See it? That proves everything what I've just told you right there. It just sums it right up. Not belief in animal blood covering your sins, but belief in Yahushua's blood blotting out your sins, removing them permanently. All you have to do is believe that he came as our lamb and sacrificed himself and shed perfect, miraculous, powerful human blood in the human veins, but in the spiritual realm, it was actually the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, which was much higher than human blood. Perfect, pure, no sin. And that's why our sins could be blotted out. To demonstrate his justice, because in his tolerance, Yahuwah had passed over the sins that had taken place before, to demonstrate at the present time his righteousness. And he is righteous and declares righteous the one who has belief in Yahusha, belief in Yahusha's blood. Where then is the boasting? Is it shut out by what? Torah or works with men's hands, the shedding the innocent blood of animals? No. But by the Torah of belief in Yahushua's sacrifice, the Lamb of Yahuwah's blood, belief in the power of Yahushua's blood, not animal blood. For we reckon that a man is declared right by belief in Yahushua's blood, not in his existence, without the works of Torah, without man's hands killing innocent animals and sacrificing their blood. That can't do it. It's in the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah. Or is he the Yahuwah of the Yehudim only, and not also the nations? Yes, the nations also. Since it is one Yahuwah who shall declare right the circumcised by belief in the promise of the Mashiach coming and sacrificing himself with his blood, and the uncircumcised through belief, through the sacrificial blood of Yahushua. and his resurrection. So do we then nullify the Torah through the belief? Let it not be. Of course not. It only nullifies the instructions that were outside the ark, not the entire Torah. The Torah remains. As far as the first 5 books of Moshe. Let it not be. On the contrary, we establish the Torah. How do we establish the Torah? Go ahead, Raul.
By keeping it.
Huh? That's right.
I think
Pretty simple.
I think that verse that our brother Dave was looking for is verse 31. 31.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, Romans 3, that whole chapter is very powerful. Study it. You'll get a lot out of it. Okay, back to Luke, y'all. Okay, Phil. Any questions, comments, thoughts to this point? I know we went off on a little tangent there, but that's important stuff.
Verse 14, and he was casting out a demon, and it was dumb. And it came to be when the demon had gone out, that the dumb spoke, and the crowds marveled. But some of them said, he casts out demons by Beelzebul, the ruler of demons. And others trying him were seeking from him a sign from heaven. And he, knowing their thoughts, said to them,
hang on.
Right.
Hold on. And others trying him were seeking from him a sign from heaven. What's going on here? I mean, he's raised the dead. He's healed paralyzed people. The blind see, people born blind are seeing, and the deaf, dumb can talk and hear. He's done so many miracles in front of their eyes. Signs and wonders is just another way of saying miracles, right? And yet they're seeking a sign. What does that mean? They're trying him. We're seeking from him a sign from heaven. What in the world are they wanting to happen here? I mean, what are they doing? He's already did so many things. It's ridiculous. What more do they want to see? What are they asking for here?
Something from the Shemaim to confirm it's coming from the Most High or something. Like maybe calling upon an angel to come down, or who knows? I mean, I don't know. Fire and brimstone? I don't know.
Yeah, they're wanting to see a magic show. That's what they want. They're asking for a magic show, aren't they? Well, give us a magic show so we can believe. Silliness, right? Okay, so no wonder he goes on and tells them that they're not going to get any sign other than Jonah. He's already given them so many signs, it's ridiculous, but they're wanting more signs. They want a magic show, man. They want to ooh and ah and, and be entertained. And he's like, this isn't about entertaining you. You know what I mean? I ain't doing this. The only thing you're going to see is me raise my body back up from the dead. That I'll give you. Go ahead, Dave. Hey, Phyllis? Hang on, Dave. Phyllis?
Yes.
Give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Awesome.
How many people watched the program he did last night?
I caught the end of it because I had a gig. But,
So, you play guitar?
well, actually, it was I was DJing events, and it was a middle
Okay.
school event. I'm trying to. I'm retiring after this year because I don't want to do it anymore because I'm focusing on this. And I always said if I can get a raise at work to compensate, it'll get me away from the entertainment industry because I don't want to. And I'll tell you what, he's completely provided. It's been fascinating. So I'm just
That's wonderful.
yeah.
Who wants to make a comment about? I thought last night's message was just over the top. I couldn't get it all. I've already listened to part of it again. Did anybody else
What
have
he was talking
something?
about last night, he was saying as if, everyone already knew it, but I didn't know it, what he was talking. I mean, that was the first time I had ever heard Passover being explained in that way.
Mm-hmm.
As far as going from the Passover, the lamb's blood, to the unleavened bread, to the first fruits. I didn't understand it in three separate. I mean, I knew that there were three separate names for it, but I didn't understand how they all connected like that before. So I'm glad I decided to watch because I learned a lot, and that's going to educate me going forward with celebrating Passover and observing or you know uh, observing it my own way, of course. But yeah, I was really happy I saw that, and especially the 40 years of unleavened bread is us wandering in the wilderness. I mean, that
Mm-hmm.
made so much sense to me. And I had made some connections like that before, but not that in depth. So I was.
So I guess Mark's thing about talking about us walking through the wilderness is, I wasn't sure if he meant before we learn to keep the commandments, or if this was something that was trying to draw us to keep the commandments. I'm not sure what exactly
Yeah,
what the purpose.
I mean, he could answer that better than I could, but I mean, I took it as while we're here, we're all going to be walking through some sort of wilderness at some point at all times. So that's just the way it is. That's where we're at. What I thought was kind of interesting is I was born with these kidney issues, and so I'm almost 40 years old, and I just got into back into scripture recently, so it's almost like mind blowing to me because it's like almost 40 years I had been dealing with these kidney issues, and I'm just now coming into fruition of the word and learning and bringing Yahuwah back into my life and being number one. I thought that was pretty cool, but is it just a coincidence? Maybe, but I don't think so. So I think it's just very interesting.
Yeah, Phil, what's up?
Well, we're like voices crying in a continued wilderness. So the world is the wilderness. And when you're in the wilderness, you're not found. And you need to be rescued from that wilderness. Or the wilderness will take over, and of course you'll perish. So, yeah, it's definitely a great metaphor for what's going on continually, not just then. Everybody always thinks all this is just was in the past, but it's going on now as well. There's just different characters.
Yeah, we keep getting tried. Hey, hold on. We keep getting tried even after we think we've learned our lesson. What do you think, Dave?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
No, that's the same thing, and that's where like you were talking about the lamps being lit. Like I just wrote a song called "You're My Chaperone," and it's all about it's funny. It's one of my piano songs set a guitar, and it's like it's about the world is it's continually falling, and it's continuing to do everything to convince us away from it. But it's just remembering that it's like the main verse is "I'm only here, but you're everywhere." And it's just remembering that, if I need a hand to grab onto when I'm outside or when I'm doing something, it's like everywhere I'm touching, he's right there. You know what I mean? And it's reminding me to stay focused and to stay focused on and to believe in miracles because they really do happen. Like people being healed. Like I remember telling this to my father when he was passing. It's just like 100%. And that's what we have to give ourselves. But it just knowing that we're not alone. And knowing that he's here with us. And that's the main thing that has really changed my life. Absolutely changed my life,
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. And see, we left off there on verse 16, trying him or seeking from him a sign from heaven. And Dave, you had your hand up. I'm sorry I interrupted you. You had something to say?
All right. No, I already said it. I'm good. Thanks, sir.
Good. Okay. All righty.
Thanks.
Any questions, thoughts, comments up to this point? If not, let's go, Phil. Verse 17, I guess.
Verse 17, and he, knowing their thoughts, said to them, every reign divided against itself is laid waste, and a house divided against itself falls. A house falls. So if Shaitan is divided against himself, how shall his reign stand? Because you say, I cast out demons by Beelzebub. Now, if I cast out demons by Beelzebub, by whom are your sons cast them out? Because of this, they shall be your judges. But if I cast out demons by the finger of Elohim, then the reign of Yahuwah has come upon you.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay.
All right, so here he's casting out demons, and they're accusing him and actually blaspheming, giving the credit to a demon. And this demon they're giving this credit to is visible, okay, or Baal Zebub, which means Lord of the flies. So this would be Satan, okay. The demon, Satan is a demon as well. Some people, for some reason, don't label Satan as a demon, but he is. So what a demon is a fallen Malachim. It's someone who has turned against Yahuwah, is no longer serving Yahuwah in his creation. They're serving themselves, and they want to be served, not served, but they want to be served. Okay, so these they have gone astray. These are demons or fallen Malachim. Okay, and the devil is one of them. All right. So when you say demons, you include Satan right in that mix. Okay. Now he is the Lord of the flies, meaning the flies being the demons. So what this is really saying is, he's the head of the demons. He's the ruler of the demons. He's their king, whatever. Okay. So that's what they're accusing him of. And so now he is saying, if I cast out demons by the Lord of the flies, by whom do your sons cast them out? And because of this, they shall be your judges. What's that mean? Phyllis, you got something?
That was my question. Yeah. Who's he talking about in that last sentence? Because of this, they. Who is this they? I'm confused about that.
Yeah. So now I cast out demons. If I cast out demons by Baal Zebub or the Lord of the flies or the devil, by whom do your sons cast them out? So they're your sons being the children of Israel. So that can include anybody that's from the seed of Abraham. Okay. And so who's your sons doing? If I'm doing it by the devil, who's your sons casting them out by? The devil or by me? In my name, right? See what I'm saying? And so the they, when it says, because of this, they shall be your judges, they're going to judge what they said is true or not. Was the Messiah casting demons out by Beelzebub or by the Ruach HaKodesh? He's going to allow their sons to judge them, whether they were telling the truth or they were not. Everybody seeing that? So in other words, say Paul, he was the son of Israel. Peter, Yehukanan, Jacob, Andrew, Philip, they were all sons of Israel. So they were, and so these Pharisees, they were the leaders of Israel. And so the populace would have been considered their sons. See that? It's just kind of a figure of speech, isn't it? It's not literal. but more like just a figure of speech. Okay, go ahead, Phyllis.
I don't want to get off the subject. This is anyway. Why is it that everybody? It seems like people that lived during Yahushua's time were very easy to say he has a demon, and if I were to notice a demon, which I did one time in somebody, if I said there's a demon, they would laugh at me.
Yeah, these during this particular era in this particular place, which was Jezreel, and a lot of this, happened around Galilee or Jerusalem, right? These people were more centered around sinning and not sinning. You know what I mean? They were more aware of it because of the Torah. And so and they understood that sin and wickedness and evil, disobedience and all that was due mostly by the influence of demons, and they were more concentrated on that because they were the chosen people. Everybody else outside of Israel at that particular time were Gentiles and they were pagans. And so they understood that these pagans were worshiping false mighty ones or gods that weren't real. Okay, but yet they did it through idolatry. They pretend they were real, but what was the lying force behind all that was the demons. And so the demons were attached to certain names, certain idols. And when they called on those names or bowed down to certain idols, they were esteeming a demon, some demon, whether it be Satan or another. And they knew that. And so by doing this, they said, well, they're possessed by demons. They're under the control and influence of a demon. See, and so they understood this because it was more compact and isolated in their area. And so they all kind of got it. It's when we're looking at it now, it's massive. It's spread out throughout the entire world. I've seen people that are demon possessed, and I knew they were. And in particular, this one woman, she was real big. She was probably 6'5", weighed 250 pounds, I'll say. She had red hair. It was at nighttime, and I was in Frankfurt, Germany. I was walking down through this district, and it was packed. It was a huge crowd on both sides of the street, everywhere. And people that were in the businesses were all standing out on the sidewalk trying to get people to come into their establishment. And I was walking through with this woman, a friend of mine, and we were walking down the street. And I saw this woman from maybe 3 blocks away, right? She just stood out like a sore thumb. As we got closer and closer and closer, I noticed that she kept looking at me. We got closer and closer and closer. When we got right up on her, she looked at me, and I'm not even going to repeat to you what she said, but her voice was extremely deep, and her eyes were red, man. And I knew that was a demon, even back then. And I was a young man. So I've seen demons, man. Go ahead, Joshua.
So, just what I noticed is like the scriptures talk about demons as if it's goes without saying. Like, of course these things exist. You know what I mean? And are we in a time right now where the entertainment industry and music and everything else like talks about demons in sort of a fantastical way, so as to psychologically kind of trick us into not taking them as seriously as we need to? And perhaps that's one of the ways that demons, that spread throughout the world and are kind of, we're in a darker period of time because of this, because we're not aware of it, a lot of people.
Yeah. It's just like Lou says, they're in plain sight, so we don't see them. They're hidden in plain sight. Okay, and it's everywhere. So it's so influent right now that we don't even recognize it because it's become part of our daily life. We think it's normal. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Just like the Harry Potter books and movies, that is getting everybody just to accept it. Just accept. It's just fun. We're just having fun.
We're just having fun. Yeah, absolutely. And back then, as we're reading through scriptures here, there's a heavy concentration of demons in Israel. We see it all through scripture. The demon possessed, they ran the demons out of these people. Paul did it. Peter did. Peter walked down the road and his shadows, everybody who's on that side of the street that his shadow was casting on, and demons were flying out of these people left and right because the shadow was touching them. So why was there such a huge concentration of demons in Israel? Because they were the chosen of Israel. The rest of the nations were pagans. They didn't really care. They went up there to get worshipped and to mess with people and stuff, but they were all concentrated on Israel because that was Yahuwah's hub, man. That was where his people were. And so they were there trying to disrupt and destroy and hurt and kill Yahuwah's people and lead them astray. Now it's more spread out. It's all over the world. See what I'm saying? Go ahead, Dave.
I think it's a matter of like the rituals that our country does. I mean, that actually everybody does. I mean, even like if you look at like Lou's stuff, I've read so many of his books now. They all intertwine, but it's almost like we're doing the ceremonial stuff to resurrect them. You talked about it last night with it's Miriam, right? Not Mary, right? With like how like even the reality of that, how he cast the demons outside of her. But we walk around the world today and even the songs on the radios, the frequencies, everything, it's like they're all satanic rituals to give them power. And that's why I think the wars can happen and all these things can happen, because there's so much, I think, ritualistic strength given to Satan or El Shaitan because of all the acts that we commit, in the countries and everything, especially the sun worship, which is the biggest thing that came to my attention. You know what I mean? I just find it fascinating. So thanks.
Go ahead, Kate.
I find the more that I learn in the way and in the truth, the more I see this. And it's really been there my whole life. It's just I never noticed it. And it's like you see demonic and pagan sun worship everywhere. It's just everywhere, and now it's just being brought to light in my eyes.
Yeah, there must be a tremendous amount of fallen Malachim. Must be, man. We read about like Mary Magdalene, like he was saying, had 7 demons in her, and then of course Legion. He had a lot of them in him. I mean, and just demons are flying all out of everybody as Peter's shadow casted on them. There must be a lot of demons, man. Probably way more than there are people. I wouldn't doubt it. And that's only a third. So whatever the number is, I don't know, but it's got to be a large number.
Do you think there's a connection?
Huh? Go ahead, Josh.
Do you think there's a connection between demonic activity and technology? And could this be part of the principalities of the air, using frequencies and waves and things that the eyes can't see that we communicate with? I mean, do you think that's being deployed against us in a way? Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I believe in the great quantum computer in the sky for sure. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But, Yahuwah is powerful too, and he uses that kind of stuff to promote and esteem himself as well. So, you know what I'm saying? It's not off limits to Yahuwah. But yeah, absolutely. I believe that the demons use technology to, lead us astray, keep us brainwashed into thinking everything's normal when it's not. It's evil. It's wicked. Yeah, I do. Anybody else? Any thoughts or comments on this? Questions? Okay, Phil, let's continue on. We're in the same context.
Verse 21. When a strong man, having been well armed, watches over his own court, his possessions are in peace. But when a stronger than he comes upon him and overcomes him, he takes from him all his armor in which he trusted and divides his booty. He who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters. When the unclean ruach comes out of a man, he goes through dry places seeking rest. And finding none, he says, I shall return to my house from which I came. And when he comes, he finds it swept and decorated. And he goes and takes with him 7 other ruachs, more wicked than himself, and they enter and dwell there. And the last status of that man becomes worse than the first.
Okay, stop. Okay, so what does that mean, and why is that happening? How is that able to happen? So this demon decides he's going to split, get out of this person. He wanders around in dry places. He has nowhere to live, nothing to do. So he says, he can't find anybody to possess. So he says, I'm going to go back to that guy where I was at before. And he returns, and it says that his house is swept and decorated. And so then he goes and gets 7 other ruachs, demons, and says, come on, man, this guy's house is swept and cleaned up and decorated. Let's go possess him. What's going on here? What's that mean? And how is this happening?
I'm lost on that one.
Phyllis?
I keep waiting for somebody else to answer. It just means that once you get the demons out, you have to fill your mind and body with the ruach of Yahusha so that he can keep it out.
Yeah, that's right. So in this case, this demon left voluntarily, it appears. The unclean ruach goes out of a man. He goes through dry places. He's looking for someone else to possess. He's getting sick of possessing this certain individual, right? But he finds no one, so he goes back to his old house, to the person he possessed before. Go ahead, Josh.
When they possess, are they trying to get energy? Is this like some sort of vampirism, like where it's parasitic? It's almost like, and when they're done with that human, they want to go to another human. I mean, my point is why would one of these demons want to leave their home in the first place? For what purpose?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to say it's parasitic, but it's definitely a possession in order to corrupt and lead Yahusha's creation, corrupt his creation and destroy it and lead it astray into the lake of fire so that they get destroyed. They're just trying to destroy Yahuwah's creation because they hate Yahuwah, and he knows that he loves his creatures. So I think it's an act against Yahuwah more than it is the person, but they're attacking that person to get to Yahuwah because they know they can't do nothing to Yahuwah, right? And they ain't gonna mess with Yahuwah, so they're going to do the next best thing and mess with the things that Yahuwah loves, which is his. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I can give you a real life reason why they would do that, because given my husband's position and the research and the books he writes and the pamphlets he writes, if the demons can interrupt him, and for a time I was guilty of not being fully possessed by the Ruach, and I would let worldly things upset me. And when I would get upset, it would throw him off and he couldn't really do his best work. So for a long time, one of my sons was possessed by a demon because he had turned away from the truth for a while. He's back now. But he was possessed by a demon, and he would call me and upset me with terrible things he'd say. And I would just go to pets. Well, then, Liz, he's like, what's he going to do? He can't just leave me alone. And he has, so it interrupts his work. And even if he's not trying to do anything about it, it's just a disruption. And they really work that way. I think everybody is aware of other attacks that Lou's getting online and from everywhere else.
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to talk about, So, yeah, you're spot on with what you're saying there. It definitely relates to this. So, look, very quickly, he leaves the possessed man. When he leaves the possessed man, he can't find anybody else to possess, right? So he's going to come back and do it. So when he comes back, he finds that this man, his vessel, has been swept and decorated. So what's happened here is once the demon left this man snapped out of the influence of the devil, of the demon, right? And so he says, "Oh man, I don't want to live like this anymore." And so he came to his senses, and perhaps he quit doing drugs. He quit smoking cigarettes. He quit getting drunk all the time. He quit using foul language, quit whoring around, going to prostitutes or whatever. So he cleaned up his life, okay? And he did it on his own account, okay? But what he didn't do is he didn't go to Yahuwah and become cleaned up by the water and the blood of the Lamb. He did not get immersed in the water, and he did not get immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh. Because if he would have, then the demon couldn't have touched him. He would have been protected by Yahuwah. Ain't no demon going to possess you if you got the Ruach in you. I promise you that. This man did not go to Yahuwah. He tried to fix his life in his own account by stop sinning. He quit doing the things that was polluting his body. That's why he was cleaned up. And I'm just using it as an example. He quit smoking. He quit doing drugs. He quit doing alcohol. He quit running around to the bars, stuff like that. So he kind of cleaned up his life, started trying to walk a straight and narrow lifestyle, right? He changed his lifestyle. Well, the demon came back and he found this man. Oh, what? He's not doing drugs anymore. He's not drinking anymore. He's not going to rock concerts anymore and shooting up heroin and all this. He's trying to live a clean lifestyle, okay? But guess what? There's no protection. He doesn't have the Ruach. So he runs out and gets 7 of his buddies, says, "Go get that dude, man," before he figures out to go to the Messiah. And then we will lose him. And so they all go in him and just tear his life back apart. And so now it says that he's worse than he was. So now he's probably, really going into them old habits and that old lifestyle, back into it, and 7 times worse than what he was doing. And them demons are just tormenting the man, to death. See what I'm saying? This is what this is saying. Is everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? Okay, Phyllis, go ahead.
Dave had his hand up first. I just wanted to add
Dave,
something.
go ahead.
No, Phyllis can go. Go, Phyllis.
Okay, Phyllis, go ahead.
I was just going to say that finishes the story I had, because when my husband was confronted face to face with my son, and he said, "I'm not talking to my son. I want to talk to my son only. You shut up." And Adam shut his mouth and went upstairs. And then we prayed for him. And I think that was the day he was freed from that. And Yahushua took back his place, because he was filled with the Ruach. And now he is again.
Yeah.
All praise and honor and glory to Yahushua.
Go ahead now, Dave.
No, and again with that, I've been having temper attacks like this past week or two, and this is even after I've given my life and after I was immersed in everything. And like, I'm talking to people and I'm having a short temper and everything, and I don't like, the reason I like this is that it's and maybe I misinterpreted it, but it's like he's going to come at you with 7 times as crazy. You know what I mean? You got to stand tall and stand in your faith and your belief, because it's even like during the time when I was going through like a negative feeling or an argument with a friend, I kept thinking to myself, it's like, it's almost like I'm being possessed. Like I could watch it from an audience perspective. You know what I mean? And that's where I don't think it's going to get easier. I don't think, I think arming myself with this stuff has made me such a stronger, connection with Yahuwah, and with Yahusha because of that. But like even yesterday when I was DJing that event, I was even telling the woman in charge, I'm like, I don't like this music. I think this is horrible, and I think this is the last time I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? Because it's like I want to stand strong with my belief and understand that, like Satan or Satan's gonna be throwing us curveballs left and right to catch us off guard. You know what I mean? Like even me being a single man, it's like it's funny. I go to this coffee shop, I sit there and I just focus. And I love the fact that I'm studying the Natsarim stuff because people are asking me about it. You know what I mean? And this is a Christian coffee shop. They're very strong on their beliefs, and I'm standing strong and I'm showing them reasons. I'm opening I'll open this Bible and then I'll open the CSB or whatever, this Baptist church I go to uses, and I compare them and I show the difference because I think that's what we're armoring ourselves up for. But anyway, thank you for listening. Shit.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah, Dave, for sure. That DJing business, I'm sure you're going to be pulled away from that.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Well, I know it's fun to do. I get that part of it, but I know that music is just
horrible.
Yeah. It is. And I've just been, who has shown me all these things. And then they come out in the news way before, and all this ritual, all this, not to mention the most famous artists now, it's all satanic ritual. You can see it all. Fire, the checkerboard, you name it, the hand signs, all of it. So, yeah, good for you, man. Awesome. I know it's Yahusha, but it's good to confess those things because those demons don't like boring people. And we're their prize target, but we're boring. We're not doing all the things. I was going to say that, Mark, about this guy cleaned up his life. This demon was going, I hate this place now. I'm out of here. But I'm going to come back because I know he doesn't have the Ruach Kadesh. I'm going to get my buddies and we'll take him down again. And in fact, he'll even be worse. So definitely without the spirit of Yahuwah, we're cannon fodder. And we can do those 12-step programs and they're, but without the Father and with the J as a support, you'll be lukewarm. You'll have this conquer and you'll have your pride. I beat alcoholism or whatever it might be. And then lukewarm is the worst spot to be because you can't get out of it. You really have to humble yourself. And it's hard to do when you've had a life of turmoil. And I'm not talking about you, Dave, of course, but I'm just saying in general, it's very difficult. The lukewarm is kind of a comfortable bath and you like to stay in there a long time. So it's really difficult. That's for sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this one? Okay, Phil, let's move on. On 27.
Okay, I usually have a pen here because I got to. Okay, 27. And it came to be, as he was saying this, a certain Asha from the masses raised her voice and said to him, "Blessed is the womb that bore you, and the breast of which you sucked." But he said, "Blessed rather those hearing the word of Elohim and guarding it." And while the multitudes were gathering, he began to say, "This generation is wicked. It seeks a sign, and no sign shall be given to it except the sign of Yahunah the prophet. For as Yahunah became the sign to the Naniim, so also the son of Adam shall be to this generation. And the empress of the south shall rise up in judgment with the men of this generation, shall condemn them, for she came from the ends of the Eretz to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and look, a greater than Solomon is here. The men of Nineveh shall rise up in judgment with this generation and condemn it, for they reported at the preaching of Jonah, and took a greater than Jonah is here. And look, a greater than Jonah is here. And no one, when he is lit a lamp, puts it hidden in a hidden place under a basket, but on a lampstand, that those who come in shall see the light. And the lamp of the body is the eye. Therefore, when your eye is good, all your body will also be enlightened. But when your eye is evil, your body is also darkened.
Okay, stop. All right. So this is stuff we've already talked about previously. The blessed brother are those here in the word of Elohim and guarding it. We talked about that before, where Yahuwah is denying Mary as his mother. And then the sign, no step, the sign of Yahuna, Jonah, the prophet. We've already talked about that. He did 8 signs in Yehukanan and 1 sign in Matthew, and there were no signs in Mark. But he did all these things, raising the dead, healing the crippled, and all this. And they were still asking for a magic show, which irritated him. He said, "This isn't about entertaining you, okay? This is about love, right?" And so we talked about all that, and then we go on down here, and we find out that the Empress of the South, which was Solomon's wife, she come up, and they actually went down. Solomon actually went there and built a duplication of Jerusalem there in Africa, Ethiopia, and there's a second Jerusalem there built exactly like the one in Israel. Okay, and his son was the king there. And so she's going to judge this generation, Jonah. The people in Noah, they're going to judge it because they did repent. Once Jonah did take the message, remember he was ate by the whale. Once he did go there and take the message to them, they did repent. So Yahuwah didn't destroy that city. And so since they repented, they're going to judge this wicked generation, seeking signs as well. Wasn't a magic show, if you will. I'm just saying that so we get our mind wrapped around what's going on here. So this is part here I want to concentrate on for a second in verse 34. The lamp of the body is the eye. Therefore, when your eye is good, all your body also is enlightened. But when your eye is evil, your body also is darkened. What does that mean? What is that? It's a Hebrew idiom. I'll give you that. And so this Hebrew idiom, what does it mean? Evil. You're evil. Your eye is evil. Your body also is darkened. What's that? What's that telling us? What's that mean? Phil?
Your sights are set on sin, and you're looking for things that please you and not the Father, and therefore it affects your whole body.
Okay, so this is one of them things that in our society, when we say evil eye, we think one thing. But in the Hebrew society, when they say evil eye, their idiom, it means something else. So we have to concentrate on the Hebrew idiom here. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I was hoping you actually go into the Hebrew idiom because I didn't know that. Like, explain that for me, what that meant.
Anybody else? So what's in our culture? What is an evil? If someone says he's looking at you with an evil eye, what's that mean in our culture?
It means they're cursing you.
Yeah, it's almost like they hate you, cursing you. They're thinking evil. They want to hurt you, right? They're giving you the evil eye, man. They hate your guts. They want to harm you. Is not what we think when we hear somebody say the evil eye? Go ahead, Dave.
So it's more like saying that, like, look with the best intentions and try to avoid looking at things in a selfish, evil way. You know, I'm assuming that's what it's saying. But, all right, cool.
Right. When your eye is good, your body is also enlightened. But when your eye is evil, when you're looking at somebody with an evil eye in the Hebrew sense or understanding or language, your body is also darkened. This evil eye is pointing to stingy, greedy, self-centered, narcissists. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking that the evil eye is is the way you look at things. If you have the ruach, and if you have keep the commandments, your eye is good, and you're going to look at things from his perspective. But if you have an evil eye, you're going to think good is evil and evil is good, according to Yahusha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's kind of like leaning over more into our American understanding of things, into our culture. But in that Hebrew culture, it's stingy, greedy, self-centered type, narcissist type person. Okay. That's what they're talking about here. It says, see to it, therefore, that the light which is in you is not darkness. So you're not concentrating on yourself. Okay. This is going back to what we were talking about before, you know, where you're more concerned about others as well. You're not self-centered or greedy or stingy with what you have. And look what I got. You're poor. Go eat your hot dog while I eat my steak type thing. All right. Joshua.
You know, I've noticed this in like people and just people in general and online and entertainment is that like they've made like sarcastic personality and jokes and everything like normalized. It's like our language now to be use sarcasm so much. And like, I don't know, it's just a pessimistic, it's like a darkened personality trait through media. You know, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I see people just copycatting what they see online and in like how people act in movies, and they bring it into the real world. And now it just reminded me of the eye being darkened. You know, it just seems like a lot of people, the eye being darkened is what our normalcy is now. You know what I mean? I don't know. In the way that we behave and communicate and even joke around and everything. So anyhow, that's all.
Yeah, Phil, go ahead and read verse 35 and 36.
See it, therefore, that the light which is in you is not darkness. If then all your body is enlightened, having no part dark, all shall be enlightened, as when the bright shining of a lamp gives you light.
Okay. So Yahusha is the light of the world, right? Mm-hmm. Was he selfish? Was he greedy? Was he self-centered? Or was he concerned about others? He was concerned about others, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so this represents the light here and not darkness. So if you're all concerned about yourself and you're self-centered and focused on yourself, you have no light. You're in the darkness. You're in dark. You've got the dark eye. And again, this is Hebrew. Okay, so look, everybody's heard the right that Yahusha ascended and is at the right hand of Yahuwah. Everybody have heard that before? Mm-hmm. He's at the right hand of Yahuwah on the throne. Mm-hmm. Okay. The right hand or the right arm is a Hebrew idiom, but it's also an American idiom. So what's the difference between the American idiom and the Hebrew idiom? It's concerning the right arm or the right hand. Someone want to explain those two? Anybody? Uh-huh. Okay, so in America, when we say if I say Phil's my right hand man, what does that mean to you?
You made a bad choice. Oh.
So what does that mean? That means he's my messenger, he's my foreman, or he's the second in charge. He answers to me and me alone. Correct? But in the Hebrew idiom, when it says right hand or right arm, it means the boss. It means the person in charge. It means the person with the authority over everybody else. He is number one honcho. It's a big difference. In America, it's the number 2 honcho. In Hebrew, it's the number 1 honcho. It's the one with the authority, the man in charge, the one sitting on the throne with all authority and power over everyone else. It's a huge difference. And so if we approach the Hebrew idiom with the American idiom definition, we're all messed up. We're going to be making big mistakes. So Hebrew idioms are huge, extremely important to understand. And let's see, I saw Sandra. There you go. She comments at Fossilized Customs, page 347. Evil eye means stingy and selfish. But here in Fossilized Customs, if you all have that, back there in the back of the book, there's a section for Hebrew idioms. And it does give you some definition and understanding of different Hebrew idioms. And it's not all of them, but there's quite a few. And if you can study them and become familiar with their meanings and definition, and so that you can overturn your American mindset and start understanding what it means in Hebrew, then Scripture will open up to you quite a bit more. You can flush that American mindset down the drain and replace it with the Hebrew idioms. It'll help you out tremendously. So if you have that book, study Hebrew idioms. It's really critical. It's a critical understanding, really. You got to know Hebrew idioms or you won't understand Scripture. You just won't. You'll be totally lost, matter of fact. Hebrew idioms and language and culture is extremely important for us as believers. For at least for us that are seeking edification from the Word. If you don't know them, you're in big trouble because you're going to be lost. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just saying that, confirming what you were saying. I'm sorry.
All righty. Okay, so that's good. I'm glad we got on that subject of Hebrew idioms. And don't forget that, because you're not going to understand Scriptures if you don't understand Hebrew culture, language, and idioms, figures of speech, parables, these type of things from the Hebrew mindset. It's totally different than ours. Their language and their culture is totally different than ours. Totally. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Go ahead, Phil.
Verse 37. And as he spoke, a certain Perisham asked him to dine with him. So he went in and sat down to eat. And when the Perisham saw it, he marveled that he did not first wash before dinner. And the master said to him, Now you Perisham make the outside of the cup and the dish clean, but your inward part is filled with greed and wickedness. Thoughtless ones, did not he who made the outside make the inside also? But given the kindness of that which is within, and you see, all are clean to you. But woe to you, Perisham, because you tithe the mint and the rye and every plant, and pass by the right ruling and the love of Elohim. These you should have done without leaving others undone. Woe to you, Perisham, because you love the best seats in the congregations and the greetings in the marketplaces. Woe to you, scribes and Perisham, hypocrites, because you are like the unseen tombs, and the men walking over them do not know. And the one of those learned in the Torah answering him said, Teacher, when you say this, when you say this, you insult us too. And he said, Woe to you also. You learn the Torah because you're loaded with men, which burdens hard to bear, and you yourselves do not touch the burdens with one of your fingers. Woe to you, because you build the tombs of the prophets, and your fathers killed them. So bear witness to you that reprove the works of your fathers, because they indeed killed them, and you build their tombs. And because of this wisdom of Elohim said, I shall send them prophets and emissaries, and some of them they shall kill and persecute. So that the blood of all the prophets which was shed from the foundation of the world shall be required of this generation. From the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah, you perished between the altar and the Mishkan. Yea, I say to you, it shall be required of this generation. Woe to you who learn the Torah, because you took away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourselves, and those who were entering in you hindered. And as he was saying this to them, the scribes and the Perishim began to oppress him fiercely, and to draw him out on many subjects, watching him and seeking to catch him in whatever he says, so as to accuse him.
All right, thanks, Bill. All right, so a lot being said here.
You can't hear your voice very good, Mark. You're kind of jarbled or whatever, garbled. He scrammed.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now? All right. So a lot was said here. Thanks for reading, Phil. This is talking about tradition and their puffed up pride, their egos. They're more concerned about being seen, given the best spots, in the congregation to sit, and being esteemed, receiving, esteem by others, patted on the back. They burden people down by adding to the Torah things that are not written, and washing with hands, like, you're breaking Torah if you don't wash your hands before you eat, and you're not. That's just man-made tradition. So it has no effect bearing on anything at all, really, which all traditions fall in that category. They have no bearing on anything at all, really. It's just men stuff. If you want to be accepted by men, keep the traditions. If you don't care about what men thinks, you only care about what Yahuwah thinks, then you violate their traditions, then you're their enemy. You don't do like they do, so they want to cast you out and blackball you and they'll shun you. Who cares what they think? We should rather strive to obey Yahuwah and not men. And so this is what he's talking about through a lot of this. And then, of course, the outward appearance, the religious appearance again, comes into play. And he goes into, saying that this generation is going to be judged greatly, as a lot of things are going to fall on their neck. And because they didn't recognize their time of visitation and the things that they were doing, to esteem or usurp Yahuwah. And then it goes down into 52. Somebody got echoing. Then it goes down into 50. Is that echo gone? Yeah. Okay. It goes down into verse 52, and it says, "Woe to you learned in the Torah." So this would be attorneys, people who are familiar with the law, Prushim, scribes, Sanhedrin, these type of learned people in the law, were in the instructions of Yahuwah. Because you took away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourselves, and those who were entering in, you hindered them. And so, what does this mean? What's the key of knowledge, and why were they hindering people who wanted to enter in? By using the key of knowledge, they wanted to enter into the spiritual realm by using the key of knowledge. So what is it? And why did they hinder them? Anybody know? Raul?
I guess that they hindered them by adding things to the Torah that were not there, that were more of their traditions, and what they were looking was for the word. They were looking for Yahuwah's word. That would be the key of knowledge, the Besorah. Maybe someone can elaborate better than I can.
Well, you're right there. I mean, as far as they hindered them by, adding unnecessary burdens on these people that even themselves did not do. They told these people they had to do these things, traditions, but they themselves did not. So in the secret, they weren't doing them. But out in public, they were saying, yeah, you got to wash your hands before you eat, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. But then they'd go by things and they wouldn't do them. That's a hypocrite, and it's a very hard thing for anybody who decides to spread the Besorah or become a teacher of sort. It's a hard thing to struggle with, because you're saying, okay, I'm going to tell these people that they shouldn't be doing this, and then you're doing that. It's a hypocrite, and it's a fine line. You got to be careful, because you have to say what the scripture says, but then you got to make sure that you're not doing that, because then you become a hypocrite. It's a fine line, very thin, fine line that we have to tread. And so, yes, Raul, you're right. They were hindering them with things that were not of Yahuwah. They were strange fire. They were traditions of men. They were not required, and it hindered people. It caused them to stumble, because the adders put way more burdens on people than was needed. See what I'm saying? And it hindered them. But what is the key of knowledge? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was going to ask you. I was waiting for you to tell us. Is it the name of the Creator?
Yes.
Yes, name.
So, yeah, they took away the key of knowledge. The key of knowledge is his name. Okay. And so when when did they take away the key of knowledge? When did that happen? We all know that his name has been replaced with devices 6,823 times. We all should know that. Lou done a really great job of promoting that. But when did they take it away, Raul?
Was it not when they were taken to Babylon? Because they were afraid that the Babylonians would, make fun of the name.
Yes, it was at Babylon captivity. So when they took the Yehudim into Babylon and captured them and took them into their slaves and workers and so forth and so on into captivity, the Babylonians would always hide the name of their mighty ones. And so they happened to overhear the Yehudim speaking the name of their mighty one, which was Yahuwah. And so they started making fun of them and teasing them and mocking them and calling them a bunch of Yahoos. So that term Yahoo is a bad term, right? And so they were mocking them. So they decided, look, we can't have people mocking the name of our Elohim. And so they decided that they would make a law that it was not allowed to pronounce the name of Yahuwah out in public. Matter of fact, they even went further and said the only one that's allowed to pronounce the true name is the high priest. Nobody else. Anybody else does it, penalty of death. So they took away the key of knowledge from the people and forbid them to call on the name of Yahuwah. It happened in Babylon. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm curious, is there actually a connection between the term calling somebody a Yahoo and using Yahuwah's name? Because that's fascinating. You know what I mean? Like that was turned into a derogatory term if that was actually what happened. You know? And that's even more proof to teach people. You know what I mean? That they're doing everything they can to convince us away from him. You know? That's fascinating. I want to look that up. Or is that something that you thought of, or is that something that you know, as far as that
Well, I looked up the definition, and it says stupid. Or I mean, I can't remember what the exact definition was of Yahoo, but you can look it up. It's totally derogatory, you know. So I mean, it's kind of putting two and two together. You know, they're talking about Yahuwah. I mean, in my opinion. So
fascinating. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. That's
There's evidence out there. The Babylonians recorded when they heard the Yehudim speaking the true name, they recorded it. Okay, so there's writings out there that show how they wrote it as they heard it, and how they wrote it is YA hyphen OO hyphen A. So Yah U Ah. That's what they heard coming out of the mouths of the Yehudim, and it's recorded and it's historical.
Awesome.
There's evidence of that.
But I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's more to even put in my reservoir, like when I'm talking to people. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think they call me Yahoo? They're making fun of them for using his actual name to make it trendy, to make it not cool, to make people not want to do it, just like they're doing, you know, in society today, you know, with everything else. That's fascinating. Thank you all. That's amazing.
You have fossilized customs, Dave?
Yeah, I just got the newest one. I read, it was funny. I was listening to the one on the YouTube, and I just got. This is my next one I'm going to read after I'm finished reading.
When you get into that book, there's going to be some information about what we're talking about Babylon and Yahuwah.
Thank you. Cool.
Okay, you'll find it in there.
Awesome.
It's been years since I was there at that point, so I can't quite remember everything. But even in our society today, you know, when people want to mock you, they'll say, man, he's just a big Yahoo or something, like, you know, like you're a cowboy, a crazy cowboy acting person. They still say that. It's still around. Right?
Fascinating. I never
Yahoo, you know. And then it goes into yahoo.com, right? And so I was like, a while back, when I was really studying into that subject, I actually called Lou and I said, hey man, I'm on yahoo.com. Should I get off of there and pick a different internet provider, because is that making fun of Yahuwah? He says, no. He said, actually, it's promoting his name. People are saying his name and they don't really realize it. And there is a large part of people that do call him Yahoo, you know, and it's even found on coins, you know, historical coins. And so they say Yah, some say Yahoo, and some say Yahuwah, you know, and so Yahoo is really acceptable as far as saying his name.
Yeah.
We printed on Israeli coins, historical coins that were found in excavating over in Israel.
Fascinating.
YAHU, you know. And so that would be Yad Hey Ua, you know, which would be Yahoo. Okay. So a lot of people say, oh, you can't say Yahoo, man. I don't like you saying that. Well, some of them did say that. That's exactly what they said. There's nothing wrong with that. It's kind of like I look at it as if your name's David, right? So the long form would be David. Intermittent form would be Davy, perhaps, and then a shorter form would be Dave.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Still the same name, isn't it?
Yep.
David, Davy, Dave, Yahuwah, Yahoo, Yah. It's all the same name, isn't it?
Awesome. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for taking the time to explain all that. So appreciate it.
So the key of knowledge is the name of the creator. And they hindered them by adding. That's why he always called them a bunch of adders, because they were always adding stuff to the Torah instructions of Yahuwah, and they were always doing that, which actually, was hindering people, because they would say, "No, I got to do all this, and now they're adding stuff, and now we got to do this, and we got to do that," and it just discouraged them, man. So they quit seeking Yahuwah. It caused discouragement. And once you're discouraged and you lose hope, you're in big trouble. Everybody go to Deuteronomy 5. Deuteronomy 5 on page 203. Who wants to read it? Go ahead, Raul. Start in Deuteronomy 5 at verse 6 and read through verse 22.
I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You have no other mighty ones against my face. You do not make for yourself a carved image, any likeness of which is in the Shamayim above, or which is in the Areb beneath, or which is in the Mayim under the Areb. You do not bow down to them, nor serve them, for I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. I am a jealous Al, visiting the crookedness of the father upon the children to the third and fourth generation for those who hate me, but showing kindness to thousands to those who love me and guard my commands. You do not bring the name of Yahuwah your Elohim to ruin, for Yahuwah does not leave him unpunished who brings his name to ruin. Guard your Shabbat to set it apart, as Yahuwah your Elohim commanded you. 6 yeomen you labor and shall do all your work, but on the 7th yom is a Shabbat of Yahuwah your Elohim. You do not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates, so that your male servant and your female servant rest as you do. And you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Mitzrayim, and that Yahuwah your Elohim brought you out from there by a strong hand and by an outreached arm. Therefore, Yahuwah your Elohim commanded you to observe your Shabbat. Respect your father and your mother, as Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded you, so that your Yomim are prolonged, and so that it is well with you on the soil which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you. You do not murder, you do not break wedlock, you do not steal, you do not bear false witness against your neighbor, you do not covet your neighbor's asha, nor do you desire your neighbor's house, his field, nor his male servant, nor his female servant, his ox, nor his donkey, or whatever belongs to your neighbor.
Keep going.
These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire of the cloud and of the thick darkness with a loud voice, and he added no more.
Thank you. And he added no more. So why was the Prusim and the scribes and the Sanhedrin, those taught or learned in the Torah, adding when Yahuwah himself added no more?
That right there, they were breaking the commands.
Yeah, I would say that would be classified as strange fire. No, he didn't tell them to do those things or add those things. All right. Okay. Any questions, comments, thoughts on Luke 11? Anything jump out at anybody we didn't talk about, you were wondering about and didn't get to ask? Who wants to read 12? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I've been getting a free, what, Phil? Oh.
I'm passing the torch. Phil to Phyllis.
Oh. Well,
Got it?
got it. Here.
If you get tired, let us know and we'll have somebody else finish up for you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All righty.
Okay, chapter 12. Meanwhile, when an innumerable multitude of people had gathered together so that they trampled one another, wow, he began to say to his pupils first, beware of the leaven of the Prusim, which is hypocrisy, and whatever is concealed shall be revealed, and whatever is hidden shall be known.
Okay, stop. Okay, so very interesting here, right? It says that meanwhile, there's an unnumberable multitude of people that gathered together so that they are trampling on one another. Can you imagine that?
No.
I mean, I've seen that before, in large crowds, and people fall down. They're in big trouble because them crowds just keep going, stepping all over you, kicking you, all kinds of crazy stuff. People are mean-spirited, So here we even see that going on around a crowd around Yahusha. Now, if this was a throng, these people might even die. The throng, a massive amount of people. I mean, you can't even raise your hand to eat or anything in a throng. It's like a sardine can. So you can see how dangerous a crowd can be here. And so he began to say to the pupils, beware of the leaven of the Prusim, which is hypocrisy. Why is that? Why is the leaven of the Pharisees hypocrisy? I thought it was being puffed up, arrogant, right? Self-centered or full of sin. But here Yahuwah is saying it's hypocrisy. Why is he saying that? All the other things are true.
It's a throwback to what he had just said about them not, that you don't enter in yourself, yet you prevent, because they don't do what they teach.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So they're puffed up, wanting everybody to respect them, listen to them, pat them on the back, do what they say, but yet they're not doing it. So it's their leaven is hypocrisy. Yahusha is revealing it as hypocrisy. In other words, he's telling you they're not doing what they say. What they're telling you to do, they're not doing it. So he's revealing that sin, right? And relating it to leaven. Any questions on that? Okay, and whatever is concealed shall be revealed, and whatever is hidden shall be known. What is that? What's he talking about there? Remember the beginning of this chapter, the very first word says, meanwhile. Okay, so that's definitely a continuation of context, right? It's happening at the same time. Meanwhile, after he gives them, exposes them for taking away the key of knowledge and hindering people, saying that stuff to him, and then they oppose him fiercely And they're madder than a bunch of hornets, disturbed nest of hornets right now. Right? So meanwhile, while he exposed them, now they're mad and they're fiercely opposing him. Meanwhile, see, so it's continuing on through that same context. There's this big crowd that's trampling on everybody. He exposes them even further as hypocrites. And then he says, and whatever is concealed shall be revealed, and whatever is hidden shall be known. So it's a continuation of them taking away hiding the key of knowledge, taking it away. So what's that mean? Somebody. What does that mean?
I don't think I understand the question.
Okay, what does he mean when he says, and whatever is concealed shall be revealed? So whatever's hidden shall be known. And so he's saying that these people who are hypocrites are concealing things and hiding things. And he's saying, I'm going to totally expose you. I mean, he already has. But now he's even saying, I'm letting it all out. Go ahead, Raul.
And what they're hiding is his name, and it will be known.
Right. So this is a continuation off of referring to the key of knowledge, the name they would not pronounce in public. Doing so carried the penalty of death. So it's a continuation of the context, the subject that we were still in. So see, even though we went into another chapter, the same conversation's continuing. See that? And remember we talked about that? It's very important to understand a change of conversation or context, when it begins, when it ends, when another one starts. It can happen anywhere, in the middle of a chapter, at the beginning of a chapter, at the end of a chapter. It can go several chapters before the conversation changes to a new one. It's very important to be able to recognize that and define that. All right. Any questions on that one? Okay, Phyllis.
So, whatever you have said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have spoken in the ear and inner rooms shall be proclaimed on the housetops. But I say to you, my friends, do not be afraid of those who kill the body, and after that are unable to do any more. But I shall show you whom you should fear. Fear the one who, after killing, possesses authority to cast into Gehenna. Yea, I say to you, fear him. Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 copper coins? And not one of them is forgotten before Elohim. Not even the hairs of your head have all been numbered, but even the hairs of your head have all been numbered. Do not fear, you are worth more than many sparrows. And I say to you, everyone who confesses me before men, the son of Adam shall also confess him before the messenger of Elohim.
Okay, hang on a second. Let's back up there, back to 6. It says, and not 5 sparrows sold for 2 copper coins, and not one of them is forgotten before Elohim. So he knows every single sparrow personally, right? Everybody seeing that? Now listen to this. But even the hairs of your head have all been numbered. He knows every single hair on your head personally. Okay, this is in context what we just read about the sparrows. Do not fear, you are worth more than many sparrows. So is this telling us that the single hair on our head is more valuable? He knows every strand of your hair, and every single hair on your head is worth more than a sparrow to Yahuwah. Is this what this is telling us?
Mm. No.
And not 5 sparrows sold for 2 copper coins, and not one of them is forgotten before Elohim. But even the hairs of your head have all been numbered or identified or are known by him individually. Do not fear, you are worth more than many sparrows. Is he talking about the one hair on your head is more valuable than a sparrow? What's it mean then, Phyllis?
It simply means that if you can believe that the sparrows are important, you are so important that I know how many hairs you have, and no one's going to harm a hair on your head without his permission.
You are worth more than many sparrows. How many sparrows do you think you're more worth than? How many sparrows equal to your life, to you? How many? Anybody got anything? Go ahead, Raul.
Maybe no amount of sparrows are more important than your life.
Don't you find it odd that he's talking about the value of a bird, and then all of a sudden he mentions the hair on your head? It seems to be like totally out of context. Is he comparing these sparrows to the hairs on your head? It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Why would he switch topics like that? I mean, it seems totally out of context. Don't you agree? Go ahead, Raul.
I think he's trying to let us know how important we are to him. It's a comparison. He's just making, maybe it's an idiom, but what he's trying to tell you is you are so important to me.
It says that he knows all your hair, the hair on your heads have all been numbered. That means basically they've been named. Okay. He knows every strand of your hair on your head, and it's been numbered. So he knows each individual strand. He numbered it. He named it. He knows it. And we look at the expanse of Yahuwah, his greatness, his magnificence. He has to have, now you got to really expand your mind here, what I'm about to say. He has to have known or pre-saw every single molecule, including every speck of sand, every speck of dirt, every single atom before he ever created anything. He had to have seen every single one. And therefore, every single one must be numbered or named in order for him to bring it into reality and make it. This is how great his mind is. And so when he tells us, I know every strand on your head, and I have it numbered. Okay? What he's saying here is, every strand on your head is more important to me than these sparrows. But yet, he hasn't forgotten them. He still knows them, but he's letting them be sacrificed just for one strand of your hair. He'll sacrifice 5 sparrows. So 5 sparrows is valued the same as one strand of hair on your head. Obviously, he's got them numbered. That's not a big deal for Yahuwah that he knows how many strands of hair is on your head. Okay? That's not a big deal. He knows how many molecules are in existence. He knows how many pieces of sand is on all the seashores of the world. He knows every single molecule. He can count them. He probably has all the dust floating through the air. You ever look through the window when there's a sun coming in and you see all that dust floating around in your house? Yahuwah has every speck of that dust numbered, maybe even named. He had to create it. He foresaw it all, and he knew it, and he named it and numbered it and created it and brought it into existence before it ever became a reality. How powerful is Yahuwah? It's nothing for him to know how many strands of hairs on your head. That's easy math for him. Any thoughts, questions, or comments on that? And I think Raul's probably correct. I don't think there's enough sparrows on the planet to equal one human life in value. There's no value there as far as Yahuwah is concerned. I don't see how you can put a number on it. How is it? What's your opinion? Okay, we'll take one human life versus how many sparrows would you say it's worth one human life? If you could make that judgment, that call, how many? 10,000? A million? How many would be acceptable to you for that one human life? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, we could look at how many sparrows a person's supposed. I don't know the answer. We could look at how many sparrows a person's supposed to give as a sacrifice, and that would be an indication. But then when you look at all the blood and all the animals that Yahushua was willing to kill just so we could have eternal life, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he was willing to kill them in order to cover up an unintentional sin for a short time. Not your life. That was just to cover up something you did wrong unintentionally for a very short time. And he was willing to sacrifice animals for that. That had nothing to do with even breaking your fingernail. It was just because you did something wrong, one of your acts. The only thing that demands human life is breaking of his commandments, because that was part of his universal laws. It put his perfect creation, made it unbalanced and made it tobble and wobble. It created a disturbance within his creation because his universal law was broken, and it caused big problems. Everything's out of whack now. Go ahead, Dave. Can't hear you, man.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm using these ear things. I'm reading this all in context, and I think it's more or less like don't focus on the little things, because it says right here, fear the one who after killing possesses authority to cast you in the Gehenna. And I was looking up, Gehenna is like a symbol of hell. It's a very nasty.
It's a lake of
place.
fire. It's the lake of fire. It's the second death.
Cool. And it's like, it's like worrying about the little things, because honestly, it's almost like saying fear, our Father, fear Yahuwah more than worrying about these little things. You know what I mean? Like as far as like he'll, anybody who blasphemes against him won't be forgiven, but like he'll empower us for the people that we're going to encounter. You know what I mean? And I think it's just more or less like keeping our focus on that. And I could have read that wrong.
Well, you're kind of right, but you got to back up even farther. Okay. And then you'll see that it's a different context. So in other words, you back up. He says, after he's done talking about the things that are concealed and hidden, he switches gears and he says, my friends, do not be afraid of those who kill the body. It has nothing to do with what's concealed or what's hidden. See what I mean?
Oh, okay.
But it does have something to do with fear. Even if the Prussian kill you, don't fear them. See what I mean? It is related to that. And then he's saying, do not be afraid of those who kill the body. After that, they're unable to do anything at all. Fear the one who can send you to Gehenna, which is Yahuwah. Gehenna is the second death, the lake of fire. So he can destroy both body and spirit. Just wipe you out and put you in the non-existence category where you don't even you're not even known to be anything. Even your memory's wiped out. Okay, and so fear him. Then all of a sudden, it's like he does this another switcheroo. He starts talking about sparrows sold for 2 copper coins. And now he's saying, don't worry, Yahuwah will take care of you because you're greatly loved, type thing. So what he kind of slides into, kind of showing us the value of a human life to Yahuwah, definitely the human spirit. That's what he's interested in, is your inner man, not your body really per se. Not the flesh, but the inner man. See what I mean? And that's where the true value is. But I believe that he's going to resurrect the animals. I believe the animals will be in eternal reign. I really do. Obviously, he loves them too. Go ahead, Joshua.
I said this kind of like last week at the end of last week at the end of the study about how death really isn't shown importance in Scripture. It's about life, and I think this is another example of don't be afraid of persecution. Those who persecute you and may hurt you, or even kill you, right? Kill your body, because at the end of the day, if you're with me, if you're in me, and you're in my body, you're going to be resurrected. I mean, I think this is alluding to a future where maybe it's even talking to the future. It's kind of prophetic that maybe a future persecution that we may be facing in our time at some point. And at that moment comes, to not be afraid of that either, right? I mean, it could be sort of alluding to that.
Yeah, for sure. That's true.
And doesn't he say that those who die in my name? I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact verse or what it was. Maybe someone can help me out with that. But those who die in my name will find everlasting life. Is that how it went?
I know what you're talking about.
Those who die in my name will find life, and those who deny it will,
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I just can't, my mind just ain't there right now. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all related to that train of thought for sure. I think the moral of this little passage here is probably that he's wanting us to know that humans are worth more to him than anything else. We're valued. We're his treasured possessions. We're his treasured possession, man. That what he holds more important than anything else. I think that's what the whole thing is really pointing to. All right. What that value is compared to all the animals in the world. It says we're the pupil of his eye. If you harm his people, and you're poking him in his pupil, sticking your finger in his pupil, and he's not going to like that, And so to me, and should I dare say that one human being is worth more than all the animals on the planet to Yahuwah? We're made in his image. He possesses us. He indwells us. He wants to have an eternal relationship with us. He wants us to be his eternal body, which means one with him in eternity. I think we're very important to Yahuwah. I don't see where he's going to be doing that with the animals. He doesn't mention he's going to marry animals, but he did choose a bride, and it's humanity. It's Yisrael. See what I'm saying? How many animals would you give up in this world for your wife? Somebody that you deeply love. Probably wouldn't take all of them for her. You know what I mean? Probably wouldn't. So, okay, let's get off of this kick and continue on. Phil, you there?
No, maybe not, but Phyllis is here.
Oh, Phyllis, I'm sorry. You're go ahead and continue to read.
So whatever you have said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have spoken in the ear in the inner room shall be. I read this, I'm sorry. And I say to you, everyone who confesses me before men, the son of Adam shall also confess him before the messengers of Elohim. But he that has denied me before men shall be denied before the messengers of Elohim. And everyone who shall speak a word against the son of man, the son of Adam, it shall be forgiven him. But to him who has blasphemed against the Ruach HaKodesh, it shall not be forgiven.
Okay, hold up. Okay, so this is kind of an amazing statement. He's saying, whoever confesses me, I'll confess him before the messengers of Elohim. But he that denies me before men shall be denied before the messengers of Elohim. So the messengers of Elohim would be, the Malachim, the Watchers. Kind of amazing there. If you do it before your kind, before the flesh, I'll do it before the spiritual kind, the messengers. It's kind of amazing to me. But anyway, where it goes down here and says, I got a question about that. So did Yahusha deny Peter before the messengers of Yahuwah because he denied him 3 times? Was Peter denied? Raul.
Peter probably repented, and I don't think he would deny Peter.
Anybody else? Any other thoughts on that?
Would repentance be enough for something like that?
I don't think repentance would be quite enough. But what if we had an intercessor that would go up and speak for us? And
Yahusha will speak for us.
Did he stick up and speak for Peter?
I think he would.
Peter? Did he?
I can't answer that question because I haven't read enough to remember that. But I think he would. Once, like you said, once he shed his blood, he forgave us. The only thing that he would not forgive is if you ever denied the Ruach. He denied Yahusha, which was flesh. He did not deny his Ruach.
Let's go to Luke 22. Go to Luke 22, 31 through 34. Luke 22:31 through 34 says, and the master said, Shimon, Shimon, see, Satan has asked for you to sift as wheat. The devil wants Peter. But I have prayed for you that your belief should not fail. And when you have turned, strengthen your brothers. That means when you have repented. And so here we find out that Yahusha tells Peter that Satan's asking for him to sift him as wheat. But he prayed for him. So he was his intercessor. He prayed for Peter before he even denied him. He prayed that your belief will not fail even during your denial of me. See that? And when you have repented or turned, strengthen your brothers. So that means they're going to be weakened as well. Okay, their belief is shattered. Their strength has been weakened. Strengthen your brothers. And he said to him, Master, I am prepared to go with you, both to prison and to death. And he said, I say to you, Kepha, the rooster shall not crow at all today until you have denied me 3 times, have denied 3 times that you know me. So he didn't do it once. He did it 3 times. Go ahead, Raul.
Maybe I'm wrong, so you can correct me, but I think since Peter was one of his important apostles, because I don't think this is the first time. Didn't he say to Peter, stand back, Satan, once before, even before this time that Peter was saying, he told Peter to step back and called him Satan?
Yeah, but he wasn't calling him the devil. Peter was not possessed by the devil.
No, but he made some type of statement like that to him, right?
Yeah, so what does that mean? What does Shaitan mean? It's not the devil's name. What's Shaitan mean?
Oof. Wickedness at the moment, or?
No.
I'm ready to learn.
Anybody know? Kate?
Adversary.
Right. The adversary. So he was calling Peter an adversary, which means he was against the will of Yahuwah. He was against his will. He was opposed. He's opposed to him, makes him an adversary. So the reason they called the devil Shaitan is because he's the adversary of Yahusha. He's opposed to him. He's his enemy. He's in opposition. He's not in agreement. It's not his name. So he was just saying, get back from me, Shaitan, you adversary, opposed to my will. His will was to die and be sacrificed as the Lamb of Yahuwah, and Peter was trying to tell him not to do it. And he's saying, get back away from me, Shaitan. This is the will of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? He wasn't saying he was possessed by the devil at all. All right, which is a huge, the denominations like to say that, but it's a big mistake. They're mistaken on that. It's not what he was saying at all. Okay. So what do you think, yo? So he denied him before men. And before he denied him, Yahusha prayed for him. And so I don't think that Peter was denied before the messengers of Elohim because he had prayed for him and already concluded an outcome for Peter through his denial. So everyone who shall speak a word against the son of Adam shall be forgiven him, but to him who blasphemed against the Ruach HaKodesh, it shall not be forgiven. What does that mean?
Denying the spirit, the Ruach, the denying love and light, but denying the Son, I guess, isn't the same as denying the Ruach. I'm trying to get a little bit more clarity as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I kind of like how you're putting that in there in context with him, with somebody denying Yahuwah. It's almost like he is saying that, isn't it? You can deny the Son of Man, but you better not deny the power of the Ruach HaKodesh. I like how you put that in context, Joshua. Go ahead, Raul.
Yeah, my train of thought was that since the son of Adam at that moment was a man, you can deny, you can blaspheme against man, but you cannot blaspheme against the Ruach.
Right. Yeah. And so does that include the works of the Ruach? Would that include the works of the Ruach? Yes, it does. So when they're up back in chapter 11, where they accused Yahusha of driving out demons in the power of Baal-Zebub, the Lord of the flies, were that blaspheming the Ruach? Yeah, they were. They were committing the unforgivable sin, weren't they? So be very careful about spiritual gifts. If you don't understand spiritual gifts, just leave it alone, man. Remain silent. Way better off. Don't give an opinion on it. Okay. Any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts? Let's go ahead and move on, Phyllis.
Verse 11. And when they bring you to the congregations and rulers and authorities, do not worry about how or what you should answer or what you should say, for the Ruach HaKodesh, shall teach you in that very hour what you should say. And someone from the crowd said to him, Teacher, speak to my brother to divide the inheritance with me. But he said to him, Man, who made me a judge or divider over you? And he said to them, Mind and beware of greed, because one's life does not exist in the excess of his possessions.
Okay, hang on. What's that mean? We've all probably experienced loss with relatives or whatnot. And we've all, if we've had siblings and relatives and stuff, and we've all seen the horrible conduct of family members when they want to run in there and start grabbing things, and they want this, they want that. I want the couch, I want the bed, I want that picture, I want this, I want that. And they start acting crazy and they feud over it. And sometimes even to the point where they never talk again to each other the rest of their lives over material things through inheritance. And so here Yahushua is making it pretty clear that the number one, he doesn't even care about the material things. He could care less. Okay. And because of one's life does not consist of in the excess of the possessions. And so why do you even care? I mean, once you pass away, what happens to your possessions? Most of the time, after the greed is over, people are coming in and snatching things that they want, which is totally ridiculous. Most of the time, it's sold off and in a estate sale and divided up among the remaining inheritors. And so all that stuff you worked for and collected, gone anyway. You surely ain't taking it with you. So don't prize it and put it above what is the most important thing, and that's sitting at the feet of Yahushua and being taught by him. That's the number one biggest importance thing right there. Okay. And also, we don't want to sit there and hope and wish that somebody would die so we could get their belongings. I mean, that's wickedness. That's an abomination to me. That old woman, she's 85 years old. I wish she'd just die. I know she's got probably 10,000 in the bank. I want a couple grand of that. I mean, how sick is that? So that's putting material things over somebody's life? Instead, you should go hug that person and say, I hope you live to be 120 years old. I hope you outlive me. Because the stuff you got's not important to me. I don't care. I got enough of my own stuff. I don't need your stuff. I hope you live to be 120. Now all of a sudden, you're showing love. See what I'm saying? So I think that this is pretty much what Yahusha had in mind when this guy, and that's why this is in here. When this guy is so concerned about his brother getting more than him and his inheritance, it's pretty sick in my mind. And I think Yahusha saw it the same way. Mind and beware of greed. Greed will get you burnt. We just went over that earlier. Because one's life does not consist in the excess of his possessions. Don't put possessions over other people's lives, man. And don't be so greedy that you have more than you need, but yet you want to take more stuff that you don't even really need, and you want it to the point where you're going to argue and fight over with your brother or sister or somebody for stuff that really doesn't matter. It's just collecting dust. You're just a dust collector then. How many people know Satan's a dust collector? Did you know that? Satan collects gold and silver. Yahuwah collects spirits, inner beings. He could care less about gold and silver. Okay. Let's go and read about this parable, Phyllis, unless anybody has questions. Any questions? Oh, go ahead, Josh.
Not really a question. It just reminded me of Yahusha saying, sell everything and follow me. It just reminds me of that. You're going to have to detach yourself from the material world,
Exactly, Joshua. Exactly. Go ahead, Phyllis. Let's continue on, man.
I was wondering real quick, you totally glossed over and ignored, and when they bring you to the congregations and rulers and authorities, do not worry about what he's trying to explain here is that you don't have to defend yourself against people, that Yahusha will come, because he said many times, vengeance is mine. So when people are coming after you and accusing you of stuff, you just be meek and quiet and wait for him to give you the words to say, but don't ever lash back for any reason, because that's not your place.
That's a great point. Thanks for bringing that up. And I want to go to Hebrews 10 on that, Phyllis. Let's go to Hebrews 10, verse 30. I'll be right with you, Dave. Hebrews 10, 30. In response to what Phyllis just brought up. It's on page 1182. It says, for we know him who has said, vengeance is mine, I shall repay, says Yahuwah. And again, Yahuwah shall judge his people. It is fearsome to fall into the hands of the living Yahuwah. Go ahead, Dave. Can't hear you, Dave.
No, I'm internalizing what you just said on that, but I was even going to say, like, do not even fear of what you should say, for the Ruach HaKodesh should teach you in that very hour. And that's been happening to me a lot. Like even at that coffee shop, like I said, it's almost like a story. What do you get when you have a Natsarim, a doctor, and a engineer, and like these conversations? I think I mentioned this before. Like it's just fascinating. Like these guys are coming at me with these like crazy off questions, but it's like the Royal Akadesh is telling me what to say. I'm even it's fascinating. It's like I'm sitting at this coffee shop bar and I do it all the time. And it's even gotten to the point where the engineer who's an atheist has like turned around and you can see like his eyes opening. But I'm telling you, these words that are coming out of me are not my own. Because I mean, I've been reading and studying the Bible, and I mean, and now the correct one, for like 3 or 4 years now, and it's just fascinating that it's like our Father is putting the words in my mouth because I'm letting Him drive, but it's just fascinating to me. So thank you for listening.
Wait until he tells you to tell somebody something you didn't even know.
I can imagine. It's almost like that. So awesome. So awesome.
All righty then. Anything else? Questions, comments? All right. I guess let's continue on then, Phyllis.
Verse 30. Oh, no, wait a minute. I can't see the little numbers so well. Verse 16. He then spoke a parable to them, saying, the land of a certain rich man yielded well. And he was reasoning within himself, saying, what shall I do? Because I have no room to store my crops. And he said, I am going to do this. Pull down my storehouses and build greater and store all my crops and my goods there. Then say to myself, life, you have many goods laid up for many years. Take your ease, eat, drink, rejoice. But Elohim said to him, you mindless one, this Lila, your life shall be demanded from you, and who shall own what you have prepared?
Okay, hold up. All right, so this just kind of sums up, this little parable sums up everything we've been talking about. And so what this is this man has created much wealth. He has become wealthy. He can now take life easy and do all the things that he always wanted to do. And he's built his life up to be able to achieve this point. And then Yahuwah takes his life from him and he dies. And so all the time he spent on building up this life was in vain. And he never got to know Yahuwah. His eternal destination's in question at this point. And so this is telling us, even if you would gain the entire world and lose your soul, your being, it's not worth it, man. First take care of your being, what's really important, your eternal destination, and then Yahuwah will give it to you what he knows that he wants you to have, or what his will is for your life after that, because it really doesn't matter. So this is all saying, put everything into perspective, prioritize what's important, and what's important is that you sit at the feet of Yahusha and learn from him and secure your eternal destination, and then he'll give you what he wants you to have. Okay, that's what this is kind of saying here. Now, it's kind of an amazing thing here. It's almost goes back to, where scripture teaches us, don't say, well, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to do that. In 10 years, I'm going to have this. In 20 years, I'll do whatever I want. Right. And instead, you're supposed to be saying, if it be Yahuwah's will, I'll go do this or I'll go do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you start saying, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, Yahuwah might have a different opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And he might say, oh, no, you're not. I'm taking your life tonight. You ain't going to do nothing but go to Gehenna at the judgment day. So we have to be aware of what we're doing. We have to come to prioritize our life, man, and what's really important, and then let Yahuwah deal with everything. He'll put the thoughts in your mind on what he wants you to do. Just like we said earlier, when you pray for stuff, it's because Yahuwah's putting the thought in your mind to pray for that so he can give it to you. He wants to give it to you, but you need to ask first. So he puts the thought in your mind so you can ask first. Then he'll do what he wants to do. You know, it's all about trusting Yahuwah, you know, really. Go ahead, Raul. Oh, somebody had their hand up, I thought. No? So, I was going to tell you all a story, but I think I'm going to pass. Anybody any questions or comments? Thoughts? Go ahead. Let's go ahead, Lynn Phyllis.
So is he who is storing up treasure for himself and is not rich towards Elohim. And he said to his Talmudim, for this reason I say to you, do not worry about your life, what you shall eat, nor about the body, what you shall put on. The life is more than the food, and the body is more than the clothing. Look at the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap, which have neither storehouse nor granary, and Elohim feeds them. How much more valuable are you than the birds? There we go again.
There we go again.
And which of you, by worrying, is able to add 1 cubit to his lifespan? If then you are unable to do the least, why do you worry about the rest? Look at the lilies, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. And I say to you, even Solomon in all his esteem was not dressed like one of these. And if Elohim so clothes the grass which today exists in the field and tomorrow is thrown into the furnace, how much more you of little belief? And do not seek what you shall eat or what you shall drink, and do not keep worrying, for the nations of the world seek these, and your Father knows that you need these. But seek the reign of Yahuwah, and all these shall be added to you. Do not fear, little flock, because your Father did delight to give you the rain. Sell your possessions and give in kindness. Make yourselves purses which do not grow old, a treasure in Shalom that does not fail, where no thief comes near nor moth destroys. For where your treasure is, there your heart shall be also. Let your loins be girded and your lamps burning, and be like men waiting for their master, when he shall return from his wedding, that when he comes and knocks, they open to him immediately. Blessed are those servants whom I'm sorry, my eyes are blurry. I can't read anymore. I'm sorry.
Phyllis, that's good. Thank you so much. Give me somebody to take over for Phyllis. Dave, go ahead.
Blessed are those servants whom the master, when he comes, shall find watching. Truly, I say to you that he shall gird himself and make them sit down to eat, and shall come and serve them. And if he comes in the second watch or in the third watch and find them so, blessed are those servants.
Okay, hold on, Dave. Hang on, Dave. Okay, so all this all stemmed from this man that said, teacher, speak to my brother to divide the inheritance with me. All this come from that question. Did we get the message? Did we fully I pounded it into our heads, right? Received the message. We got it, right? Okay. So Let's continue on then.
39, right?
Yeah.
And know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief comes, he would have watched and not allowed this house to be broken into. And you then be ready, for the Son of Adam is coming at an hour you do not expect. And Kepha said to him, Master, do you speak this parable to us, or also to all? And the master said, Who then is the trustworthy and wise manager, whom the master shall appoint over his household to give the portion of the food in due season, teaching Torah, feeding truth? Blessed is that servant whom his master shall find so doing when he comes. Truly I say to you that he shall appoint him over all his possessions. But if that servant says in his heart, My master is delaying his coming, and begins to eat the male servants and female servants and begins to beat the male servants and female servants, and to eat and drink and be drunk, the master of that servant shall come on a yom when he does not expect him, and at an hour that he does not know, and shall cut him in two, and appoint his portion with the unbelievers. And the servant who knew his master's desire and did not prepare, or nor did according to his desire, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he who did not know, yet did what deserved flogging, shall be beaten with few. And everyone to whom much is given, from him much shall be demanded. And to whom much has been entrusted, from him much more shall be asked.
Stop.
Oh.
Okay. So what is it? What is this? Somebody can kind of elaborate on this parable. Tell us what this is teaching us. What do you think it's actually teaching us? What's the true value here? Go ahead, Dave.
This is why I wear my repent shirt all the time, because and it's my reminder. I have about 3 of them, and it's just being up to par. It's almost like, when Phyllis was pointing out with Matthew 25, with the lamps and stuff, you know what I mean, and being prime all the time, and not just because of the fact that I want to make sure I'm not caught with my off guard, but it's more or less like saying he's going to appreciate people who live in readiness all the time, because that's the way that we should be. Not, you know what I mean? Because he's going to come when people aren't paying attention, if they take the time for granted, and those are the, you know what I mean? He's going to come in a time that we're not deserving. So everybody should be up to par all the time, because not just because we should, but because we love him and we appreciate him. That's what I think.
All right. So if we say we know about Yahuwah, we know about his plan, we know what Yahusha wants us to do, but then we also know, oh, well, he's not be coming back right now. He won't be back for at least another 10 years, 5 years, whatever. And so that gives me time to go out and do this and do that. And then we get caught with our pants down, so to speak.
I was going to say that. Sorry.
And then we're in big trouble, right? And so in short, this is the true value here, is that we should remain watchers. We should watch for the return of the King and be mindful of serving him and serving others and increasing his wealth and his kingdom while he's gone. And so that when he does return, we can open up the door immediately and welcome him back and show him everything that we've done as a servant to his kingdom type deal. If not, and we get off track, does there seem to be a different level, if you will, of punishment for believers and how we perform our duty, our jobs as his servants? It mentions here that the servant who knew his master's desire and did not prepare, nor did according to the desire, shall be beaten with many stripes. Are we going to be beaten and whipped. He comes back and finds us not doing his desire. And then it says, but he who did not know, yet did what deserved flogging, shall be beaten with few. There seems to be a different level of punishment here, according to what we're doing while we're waiting on his return. While he's absent. In his absence, our conduct, our behavior is being watched over, and the different levels of punishment is going to be dished out when he comes back. There are other parables that suggest that as well. Matter of fact, one of them, the servants was told he was an unworthy servant, and he was thrown into the outer darkness because he didn't bring any more fruit into the kingdom. He hid what he had. What do y'all think? What's this different level of punishment all about? Dave?
I used to think the more that I'm learning about this, that it sort of stinks because now I'm accountable. You know what I mean? But and then and then again that came to the whole love thing. The more that I honestly fell in love, the more I didn't want to do them. But it's almost like, are people better off for not knowing? And then that's where we come in. Or everybody is going to have a chance to learn that there are these truths and there are these rules, and they're not even rules, that they're just not, you know what I mean? Because it all works in a cycle that helps us to just follow them. But yeah, it's the accountability part that like even for instance, getting off Saturdays, that's difficult for me, but I'm trying to make it happen. You know what I mean? Because I know now that I'm accountable because I know. You know what I mean? And there's no excuses. Excuses are the problem. And yeah, over.
It's kind of like ignorance. He's overlooks ignorance. Remember from last week, but once you know truth, you're held at a higher accountability. If you reject the truth, you're in big trouble. Once you know, then ignorance is no longer an excuse.
Yep.
Okay. And so your punishment will be greater when he comes back. There seems to be some type of level or categories of punishment, even for those who enter the reign. Go ahead, Kate.
I think that it holds true that you knew better, so you were accountable. So he would be more mad with you than with someone that didn't know better. Kind of like with a parent and a child. I'm a parent, and when my child knows better, then I'm more upset than if, they didn't know that anyway. So yeah, I'm upset, but I can't really fault you too much because I didn't teach you.
Right. That's right. Go ahead, Phil.
Indeed. But also we receive a greater reward for the discipline, his discipline, if we deny ourselves these things. And it's difficult. But it's like Dave says, now you know, and then you're like, I can't say I didn't know. So, but that teaches responsibility and long suffering, as he's doing, as Yahusha's long suffering for us. So we are trying to be like him, not like Yahuwah, but like Yahusha. So therefore, we endure the same sufferings as he did. And the sufferings don't necessarily have to be beatings, but they're beating you up in the world because you're denying yourself these pleasures, these things, and you're set apart because of him. So you endure suffering and persecution, not necessarily from somebody yelling and calling names or trying to hurt you, but your own discipline. Because discipline is doing things many times you don't like to do. And you learn to love these things because you see the fruit of that labor. So definitely, it's arduous. And it says that the more you know, the more sorrowful you are. And that is a temporal thing, because then, of course, you realize that Yahusha is the only answer to all these problems that we're all facing and the world's facing. So, yeah, it's a badge of honor. But he's just like Job. He'd stand up and instruct me like a man. Job, if you think you're so this or that, let's see what you know. You know what I mean? So So we need to, of course, be humble, as we've been looking at here today, and just turn over and says, yes, thou can do everything. I cannot do anything without Yahusha and Yahuwah. So it's awesome, though. It's a higher calling. It's the first fruits, and the first fruits are the most prized possession.
Yeah, this is sort of teaching us about integrity, isn't it? So what's integrity? Integrity is when you do what is right, even though nobody's watching you. You still do what's right. That's integrity. So this is kind of teaching that once that he trusts you as a wise manager, and give you a portion of food in due season, and you bring in more fruit, you work the harvest, you do everything you're supposed to do, even though Yahuwah is not standing in front of you watching you, but he really is. You're not getting away with it, because in 43 and 44, for the wise manager that's doing what he knows to do, he knows it and he's doing it, is blessed. He's a blessed servant, and his master shall find him doing it when he comes back. He says, truly I say to you that he shall appoint him over all his possessions, because he had integrity over what he knew. The one that knew and didn't do it is going to receive a lot of stripes, going to be punished severely. Okay? It doesn't say he's going to be thrown in Gehenna, but beaten with many stripes. There's a level of, there's reward here. Okay? The one will be, if you're doing what you know is right, his desire, he's going to give you, you're going to be take care of all his possessions. If you know what's right and you're not doing it, you're going to get beaten with many stripes. If you didn't know it, but you were doing stuff that was deserving of stripes, you'll get a few stripes. Just because of your ignorance, you're still going to get spanked or flogged. Okay, so there's absolutely some type of level of accountability here for those who know his desire and his truth. At least it seems that way to me. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Go ahead, Phil.
And that reward may not come till the resurrection. So you may do all these things and be long suffering and doing this, and he's testing your faith and you're testing your belief by not rewarding you directly and waiting, and then calling you a most faithful servant because you denied yourself the quick turnaround of your deeds or your expectations of his of his gifts that he gives you. So definitely a lot of discipline. I mean, everybody thinks this is that discipline, this army thing's a discipline, whatever it might be. But I'll tell you what it takes is to follow him. It takes great discipline, and he has to help us, or we can't do it on our own. But it's a great honor. I mean, he's our inheritance. I mean, you know how we get joyful about all these temporal little things. It's just a human nature. But I mean, to think that he let us know his name in the first place, because there's many that will not accept his name. That is just like huge. You don't have to worry about anything else. He's our inheritance. I just walk around and, you watch the TV. Boy, you better be saving money. Boy, you're going to be older and you won't be able to do anything. So what? I don't care. That's the world. That's what they want you to worry and fret and take your eyes off him. It's just another distraction. And, and he said to me several times, silly boy, I've taken care of you this long. Why would I forsake you now? Stop that. Stop limiting my power through you by worrying, by, getting into the world again, because we're bombarded all the time and we're attacked very covertly by the adversary. He knows he can't stand in front of us with a flaming sword. That won't work. So he's doing it very subtly. And Dave, I've been attacked this week too, very subtly by different things that I know better, and I have to immediately go to him. So he's testing us all the time. He wants servants that are tough and will stand up for his name and have conviction and not care about the circumstances, besides the circumstances of our own desires, and our own comfort. So it's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Cool.
Okay, so we're finding out here too now that there's accountability for at least we're supposed to watch for his return and be aware of it and actually know. He actually commands us to know when he's coming back. Okay, and we're going to see that command, spread out even more as we finish this chapter here. And so he's taken us into this direction of accountability and to know when he's coming back and to watch for him and don't try to get away with anything. And because he says, and everyone to whom much is given would be knowledge and truth, knowledge of Yahuwah. From him shall be demanded. From him much shall be demanded. You're going to have to give back. If you're asking for edification and for him to open up the scriptures so you can comprehend what's being said and you understand his spiritual meanings and insights and secret prophecies, the more you want and he gives you, he's going to demand a lot back from you, because guess what? You know truth now. And so you're going to have to work harder than those who remain in ignorance. And to whom much has been entrusted, the secrets of Yahuwah, from him much more shall be asked. And so you will be asked to work harder than those who remain in ignorance. Everybody seeing that? Okay. So is there any questions or comments or thoughts on this at this point? Leo Yahoo, follower of the way, hang in there, brother. We're going to get to you in just a minute, okay? I'd like to meet you a little bit. Are you prepared to give testimony, or you just want to hang out? You want to give testimony? Okay. Oh, we'll pause here. Go ahead. Introduce yourself and give us testimony and let us know what's happening with you. You got to turn on your mic, Leo. Leo Yahoo. Turn on your mic, brother. Here, I'll get it for you. There you go. You're on.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
My testimony is kind of long, but I'll just break it down. How can I say this? I wasn't a believer. I never went to, I hadn't been in a church in close to 40 years. On my way to work one day, I was called out by Yahuwah. And like I said, I wasn't a believer or anything. More or less called me an atheist or something like that. But anyway, Yahuwah was using me for a purpose. And I guess, anyway, my testimony is that I wasn't prepared to make a testimony, sorry. But, the Ruach led me to his name. And my testimony is that I was pronounced dead at the age of 17 in a horrible car accident. And I lived through it, and I didn't know why. But 30 years, 40 years later, as I was driving to work, Yahuwah called me and revealed to me the reason why he saved me. And that was to reveal his name. Because supernaturally, he opened that door and gave me his name, And when I first started coming into the truth, I was using the name Jesus and God. And I was going to a church. I went to a church for 9 months. And he started showing me things and showing me scriptures of, that things were not right in the church. And I just started praying and asking, and the Ruach was just teaching me and told me to get out of the church and start studying for myself. Don't listen to the that pastor on the pulpit. And I stayed just reading scripture for about a year, and this was 7 years ago. And this is how I came into His name, His knowledge. I rejected every other name, the Ruach, because I would hear other names, right? I mean, there's so much knowledge on on the websites, and as I was searching for His name, the Ruach would tell me, no, that's not it. Keep searching. And so I kept on. And once I heard Yahuwah, the Ruach said, that's it. Don't search no more. This is His name. And I just couldn't believe it. And it was so hard for me because, I felt so alone here where I live at in San Antonio, Texas. And when He revealed His name to me, then I knew what I had to go do. And that was to go proclaim His name, reveal His name. I started going to churches and speaking to the pastors and just and giving them scripture, and they would deny everything that I was telling them, and they would ask me, who's teaching you this? Where did you get this knowledge? And I've been here in church for 30 years, and I never heard what you told me. I said, well, the Ruach HaKodesh is the one giving me this knowledge. It's not man, it's the Ruach. I don't know. Am I going too far into my testimony? I'm sorry.
No,
Awesome.
Okay.
Interested in what you're saying for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, and so I was so excited. I was so on fire, knowing this. But of course, the adversary Hashatan, he's putting stuff in my head, Thou saying, hey, look, you're out here by yourself, and nobody believes what you believe. Nobody believes in the name. Everybody's rejecting you. Everybody's, laughing at you. Everybody, there's nobody, you know. And to this day, right now, I haven't found. I can't find a congregation in San Antonio, or still anybody that believes in what I tell them, So that's my testimony. Yahuwah saved me from this world, set me apart. He didn't let me go down to Sheol. And that's like the verse, chapter 23 in the book of Tehillim, Psalms. As we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I was literally in the shadow of death at the age of 17, but Yahuwah was with me. He didn't let me go down into Sheol. And, I just believe that Yahuwah knew that when He was going to call me, well, He knows everything. When He was going to call me, I was going to come into the truth, And it was so easy for me to reject the name, Jesus and God and Lord. It was like a snap of a finger. It's like, boom. I rejected it right away. I had no problems. And I know that I speak to a lot of Christians, and I go into churches and speak to them, and and they reject it right away. They just reject everything that I say, and I tell them, for them to just go, open up the scriptures, and I tell them, go into Book of Genesis. Tells you that they were calling on the name of Yahuwah. In the book of Genesis. But anyway, yeah, testimony. They're awesome. I was gonna have a surgery on my knee. I was gonna have a knee replacement, and this is when I was coming into the name too. And who was like, trust me. I want you to trust me. Put all your trust in me. It's either the doctor or me. And I couldn't walk. At that time I was a truck driver, and I couldn't even press the gas pedal. It would hurt so bad, my knee. I had a torn ligament or something like that, and he said, "Trust me, trust me. You know, I'll heal you." And I was like, you know what? This is I have to do this. So the day before I went into surgery, I I called the receptionist and told him I'm not gonna go in. And I had a chance to to minister to the receptionist that I'm gonna trust my father. And she said, "Who's your father?" I said, "Yahuwah." And who's Yahuwah? Anyway, so and I said, "Look, I'm just gonna trust him," And well, anyway, I didn't go in. I went back to work. I had everything set up to get paid, time off for 3 months. Had everything set up. I went back to work. My manager was like, "Hey, Leo, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be having surgery?" I'm like, "Nah, man. I'm gonna I'll put my trust in Yahuwah. All my trust I'm putting in Him, and He's gonna heal me." And sure enough, I started getting healed day by day. And to this day, it's been like 5 years. 5 years from that day, and I am totally healed. No pain in my knee, no limping, nothing. You know, that's my testimony, and that's how I was like, you know what, Yahuwah's for real, and this is Yahuwah, the power of Yahuwah, the healing of Yahuwah. You know, so yeah, and it's been 7 years I've been walking this walk, and I'm glad to be in it, and I'm glad to speak to y'all. Shabbat shalom.
That
Awesome.
was
Awesome.
truly awesome.
Thank you, Leo Yahuwah, follower of the way. We appreciate it, man. Nice
Thank you
meeting
for.
you, and come back more often. Like to
Yes,
get to
sir.
know you better.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna get back to our study now. Um, let's see, Dave. Let's go ahead and pick up on that verse 49.
Oh, I came to send I came to send fire on the Eretz, and how I wish it was already kindled. But I have an immersion to be immersed with, and how distressed I am until it is accomplished. Do you think that I came to give peace on Eretz? I say to you, no, but rather division. For from now on, 5 in one house shall be divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. Father shall be divided against son, and son against father, mother against daughter, and daughter against mother, mother in law against her daughter in law, and daughter in law against her mother in law. And he also said to the crowds, when you see a cloud rising out of the west, immediately you say, a storm is coming, and so it is. And when you see the south wind blow, you say, there shall be hot weather, and it is. Hypocrites! You know to discern the face of the sky and the earth, but how is it you do not discern this time? And
Okay,
why also. Oh,
hang on a minute now. Okay, so back up here to 49. He says, I came to send fire on the Eretz, and how I wish it were already kindled. What's that mean? Why did Yahusha say that? Phyllis?
He's anxious to have his bride with him, and he's anxious not to see his bride have to suffer anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and so now he goes down and here, I say to you, no, but rather division. He didn't came for peace, but to divide, even households. Um, and he's going to divide these households with truth and understanding of scriptures. Some will see it and understand truth, and some will not. And so it will cause opposition within that household. Um, and why would truth cause division? Why? I mean, isn't truth a good thing? Dave, go ahead.
well, no, it's sort of like that conversation I had with the pastor in training today, about repentance and about like we need to be up to par. It's time to follow the rules. It's time to take this seriously. And a lot of people are going to, because they're trained against it, I mean, I don't even want to say brainwashed. It's just maybe it is that, but it's just they're like they're not going to take me seriously. And I figure, even if 9 out of 10 people don't take me seriously, I still want to speak this and I still want to bring this up in conversation. And I do it all the time at that Christian coffee shop. And it's I don't know, because I don't think that they can accept the fact that we need to be accountable.
But why is truth a divider? Isn't truth a good thing?
Because it's the difference between the fleshly mind and the spiritual.
Ah. Okay, so we have a division between the mind of the flesh and the mind of the Ruach. Also, the mind of the flesh can't accept the truth. It's opposed to the mind of the spirit. Okay, and so it cannot accept truth. It's always in opposition of truth. Always. It needs the falsehood. It survives on falsehood, lies. Okay, it's always in opposition of the Ruach. It's never agrees with the Ruach, ever. Okay, and so we have people in these households that obviously some have understood the truth, were given the truth and accepted the truth and understanding the truth. And then the other ones don't want anything to do with it. They don't understand it, and they like the falsehood even better. So they want to stick with the paganism, the illegal holidays, these type of things, falsehood, doctrines of demons, religions, traditions. And this is the things that they're used to. These are the things that they love. These are the things they want to continue in. And so when you expose the darkness, what happens? The darkness vanishes, right? It repels it. The darkness has to flee, right? And so it's an opposition there. This is the divide. Everybody seeing that? So why is truth a divider? Is the question. Phyllis?
This may not be right, but for those who don't have a love of the truth, Yahusha sends them a strong delusion, and they believe that is the truth.
That's right. That's correct. So they're living in a fantasy or a delusion where the truth is reality, right? And so that divides those two distinct mindsets, the mind of the flesh and the mind of spirit. So go to Hebrews 4. Hebrews 4 on page 1176. Hebrews 4:12 says, I'll back up to 11. No, we'll go to 12. Hebrews 4:12. For the word of Yahuwah is living. So it's alive. It's living. And working. And sharper than any two-edged sword, cutting through even to the dividing of being and ruach, and of joints and marrow, and able to judge the thoughts and intentions of the heart. So here we find out that truth is a two-edged sword. Okay, and so by us wielding truth, which is symbolized as a two-edged sword, we slice and dice those who are opposed to it. The problem is it's two-edged, which means it can cut us too. It cuts both ways. While we're slicing and dicing them with the truth, that can come back and cut us to pieces as well. Do we understand that? How powerful a weapon truth is. And so not only we injure them, we can injure ourselves if we don't watch what we're doing with that two-edged sword. It's extremely powerful. That's why truth is a divider. So you can injure your family or your people even in your household. You can also injure yourself if you're not careful with truth. Everybody see that? Does everybody understand that, how you can hurt yourself with truth? And so an example of that would be overzealous, going nuts with your newfound truth, your newfound power, and you're just beating people up with it, right? And then they end up hating you. They don't want to talk to you ever again. You cause, bad feelings between maybe you and your sister, or you and your brother, or mother or father, or something, or a friend, or a coworker, because you force fed it down their throat and they couldn't handle it. And so instead of treating them gingerly and feeding them some milk, some warm milk, a little bit of milk, you're shoving steak and potatoes and other things down their throat and saying, take this. I learned about this. I know all about this. I know I'm right. Take it, take it, take it. And shove it down their throat, and they're like gagging. And pretty soon, they're going to vomit all over you and barf it right back up because they weren't ready for all that truth. And if you really think about it, it took you quite a while to learn that truth. You didn't learn it overnight. So Yahuwah gave it to you with little bites. Okay, he gave you milk, he gave you small bites, worked his way up. And then as soon as you were able, he gave you more truth. And as soon as you became extremely hungry, he fed you even more truth. And pretty soon you were just asking for more truth, more, give me more, give me more, give me more. And you were just eating up the manna from heaven like it was going out of style. Right? But what the point is Yahuwah didn't force feed it down your throat. You didn't learn all that stuff in one day. And so why would you expect somebody else to learn all that in one day and just dump everything you learned on them all at once? So that's how that two-edged sword of truth is going to cut both ways. You could lose that person. You could cause that person to stumble. You could cause that person to never want to talk to you again, even a close friend or a relative, because you cut them up with that two-edged sword so badly that you were cutting yourself too. It cut both ways. Now you got problems. You lost the one who Yahuwah sent to you to feed my lambs, right? See what I'm saying? And instead of taking care of that lamb and going easy, just work your way into it. Ask questions. Make them respond. Make them think it's their idea to find things out. And you'll get a lot better and a lot farther off with them doing it that way. Make them think they're the ones that find the information out, and then they come to you and tell you, oh, but I found this out. And you're like, I knew that like 10 years ago, right? So you don't say, oh, I know that. I learned that 10 years ago. No, you go, oh, really? Wow, I didn't know that. Tell me more. And that's how you feed them the truth. Make them think it's them bringing it to you. And you've got them right where you want them. You're going to collect fruit, man. Instead of stopping on the fruit, smashing it everywhere with that two-edged sword. Okay? Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? Okay. So that's why truth is a divider, and we have to be careful how we use it. It's very powerful two-edged sword. It says it can divide even down to the bone and marrow, man. Between the ruach and the flesh, it's a powerful thing. So be careful and understand how to use it before you injure someone or injure even yourself with it. Be careful, especially if you're new. Especially if you're new, because you know what that's like. If you're new, that's like taking a big, long, two-edged sword about 48 inches long and handing it to a 10-year-old and say, go outside and play. That's what that's like. It's not a very safe thing. Go ahead, Dave.
No, that's exactly right. Like what you're saying. That's why like I've been taking all this time to read and to to learn so that when those questions, it even goes back to the whole when people said, "Oh, they're saved," you know what I mean? And then it's like, then what? You know, and then like the circus of church that I go to, they're like, "Oh yeah, you draw these circles, you can do whatever." And then I'm like, "All right, well then what happens when somebody asks you anything else?" And it's especially with the Natsarim, it's like reading all these books and having the knowledge there, so when people are asking questions, I'm able to back it up. If you're right, because we're representing him now, and we're also representing this idea, and we don't want to give any bad links or any bad reasons, So that's why I'm saying taking this very seriously. So I appreciate it.
Where did you leave off, Dave?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I know that. Hypocrites. No.
You didn't read.
Oh wait. Oh no.
54, I believe, is where you were.
Okay.
He was on 54. Okay. Yeah, that's right. 50. Anybody
he,
have more questions or comments or anything? Start at 54, Dave.
Cool. And he also said to the crowds, when you see a cloud rising out of the west, immediately you say, a storm is coming. And so it is. And when you see the south wind blow, you say, there shall be hot weather. And it is. Hypocrites, you know how to discern the face of the sky and the earth. But how is it you do not discern this time?
Okay, hang on. Stop right there. Okay, so what does that mean? How is it you do not discern this time? And he's calling them hypocrites for it. What's he talking about?
Is he talking about the time of his second coming?
Yeah, yes. Look over at Luke 19. Just flip a few pages to 19. Luke 19. We're in the BYNV. Luke 19:44. 1944 says, and dash, I'm going to go back up to 43. Because Yamam shall come upon you when your enemy shall build a rampart around you and surround you and press you on all sides and dash you to the ground and your children within you. And they shall not leave in you one stone upon another, because you did not know the time of your visitation. See that? Time of your visitation. And same thing over here back in Luke 12. Do not discern this time. So they did not understand the time of their visitation, the first coming of the Mashiach. Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I think it's like what you were saying also. It's like, here are these people, they're so educated and all this, and they're preaching this, and they're the leaders of this, and they can't see what's happening right in front of their face. It's like, he's like, I'm right here. You know what I mean? And they're not even paying attention to that, but yet they can see all this other stuff. That's what I got out of it.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, Raul.
When he says that not one stone, well, I remember that not one stone would stand. Is that when they destroyed the temple for later on?
Yes. Yeah, they not only destroyed the second temple, they destroyed Jerusalem and just about all the cities in Israel. I mean, they tore it up.
That was like his punishment.
Matter of fact, I don't know. You guys, most of you probably know this guy here in his writings. He was a first century historian and a writer, pretty well known. And then the War of the Jews, one of his books is called. He describes the takeover or the war against Jerusalem, and he says at the end of the battle that the army of the Yehudim had moved onto the temple area. It was their last stand to defend the temple. And he was watching from the Mount of Olives along with the Roman emperors general's son. And they were watching, and he said that he could see, they had it on fire, all the gold melted down into the rocks, into the ground. But he said that the army so fiercely was defending the temple that the blood of the Jewish soldiers and the Roman soldiers, the bodies were stacked so high and the blood was so thick that it was running down the steps of the temple like water. You could see it just running down there like a river down the steps of the temple. That's how fiercely they were trying to defend it. But yeah, they destroyed the temple, Jerusalem, and most of all of Israel. Matter of fact, he says it was so bad, it was devastated. They even went back and they turned all the stones over of the temple, trying to dig all the melted gold up out of the ground. They moved all the rocks and got rid of them. But he said the devastation was so bad that anyone that had been to Jerusalem before and knew Jerusalem real well would never have even recognized Jerusalem. It was just totally gone and devastated. It was a horrible war. And yes, that's what that's talking about. Dave?
No, I was just gonna mention, like, they even took the gold and built it inside the Colosseum. It's crazy, like the horror that Rome. This is like 70 AD, right? When they came in and just took over. Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah,
gotcha. Sad.
Yeah. Okay. So they couldn't discern the time of their visitation and the Mashiach who they had been hoping for and praying for and watching for all them years. He finally came and to his people, and they didn't recognize him. Okay, so let's continue on and finish that, Dave. Did we lose Dave? Wait a minute. There he is. Okay,
cool.
Dave.
I was like, I got kicked out. All right.
Let's continue on. Yeah, I think you're on 57.
And why also do you not judge for yourselves what is right? For as you go with your opponent to a ruler, try hard along the way to settle with him, lest he drag you to the judge, and the judge deliver you to the officer, and the officer throw you into prison. I say to you, you shall certainly not leave there until you have paid even the last mite.
Okay, great. All right, thanks, Phyllis, for reading. Thanks, Dave, for reading. Thanks, Phil, for reading today. Any questions on this? Comments, thoughts, questions on this study on chapter 12? Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, what was that book that you had, that you showed us? What was that called?
Yeah. I showed you this one. This is just the essential works of Josephus. Okay. It's a decent one, but I like this one much better. This is the War of the Jews. Flavius Josephus.
Awesome. Thank you.
And like here, I'll give you an example of it. There's a first century historian. He was there. He witnessed
it's amazing,
the destruction. But I want to show you. I'll share this with you. Look at this. So see this right here. See all that in yellow I got marked there on this book? See that right there? I'll tell you what that says. Okay, he's describing, this is an eyewitness, and he's describing the uniform of the high priest, which he only wore once a year when he went into the Holy of Holies, okay, on the Day of Atonement. A mitre also of fine linen encompassed his head, which was tied by a blue ribbon, about which there was another golden crown, in which was engraved the sacred name of Elohim. It consists of 4 vowels. You know how the denominations tell you that his name has no vowels in it? Well, the first-hand witness says all 4 of the letters making up his name were vowels. And we all know those vowels to be Yod, Hey, Uah, right? Isn't that amazing?
Awesome.
And then I'll go down here and read this here just a little bit. It says, and as he's describing the temple, and as the entire structure resembled that of a tower, it contained also 4 other distinct towers at its 4 corners, whereof the others were built by 50 cubits high, whereas that which laid upon the southeast corner was 70 cubits high, that from thence the whole temple might be viewed. But on the corner where it joined to the 2 clusters of the temple, it had passages down to them both, through which the guard, for there always lay in this tower a Roman legion, went several ways among the clusters with their arms on the Jewish festivals, in order to watch the people, that they might not there attempt to make any innovations. For the temple was a fortress that guarded the city, and was the Tower of Antonio, a guard to the temple. And in that tower were the guards of those 3. There was also a particular fortress belonging to the upper city, which was Herod's palace. But for the hill Bezetha, it was divided from the Tower Antonio, and we have already told you, and as the hill on which the Tower of Antonio stood was the highest of these 3. So did it adjoin to the new city, and was the only place that hindered the sight of the temple on the north. And this shall suffice at present to have spoken about the city and the walls about it, because I have proposed to myself to make a more accurate description of it elsewhere. So here, this man's description of the temple is it was lower. It wasn't up on the hill where the Rock of the Dome is. It was below that. And so up on where the Rock of the Dome was the fortress of Antonio. And so these 3 towers were the same height, 50. This one was 70. Okay. And so in this fortress was a Roman legion living in there. Okay. And then right below that, but connected by a bridge from that tall tower to the Temple Mount, was a bridge they could walk across and get to the temple in a hurry from the fortress. Okay. From that 70-foot corner, they could look down into the temple yard and see what was going on and watch over the Jews. Okay. So according to this guy, the temple was on that crescent where the valley forms a crescent moon shape. It was built right there below the top of the hill. And it was connected to Fort Antonio, which means that what they call the Western Wall, where the Rock of the Dome is, was not the temple, western wall of the temple. It was the western wall of the Fort Antonio.
Wow.
The temple laid below it, and there's nothing there. So then Yahusha's prediction would come true. He said not one stone would be left, according to the temple. So if we look at that and we say that the western wall was part of the temple, then Yahusha lied.
Right.
Because he said not one stone would be left unturned or torn down. See that? Amazing thing. So once the Yehudim or the Israelite people over there accept this, they can build that 3rd temple right where it was located, which is where the city of David is right now. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
So anyway, that's what that is. It's a good book to have. I like this one the most. There's a bunch of them.
What's the name of that book again, Mark?
The War of the Jews.
War of the Jews.
By Flavius Josephus. He's got like 3 or 4 books out there. Any other questions, comments, thoughts on today's study? Okay, then I'm gonna call it over. We'll be done with today's study then, and we'll go into chapter 13 next week.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Love. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. For those who remain behind, Raul. Hello. Yami. Oh, there he is. I was going to get Yami on you. We can't hear you, bro.
What'd he do?
He disappeared on us. There you go, Yami. Keep track of your man. He disappearing on us. Raul, you want to take us out with the priestly blessing? Unless anybody has any questions or comments or anything. Everybody done? Okay, Raul.
I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Oh, no, wrong card. Hold up. It's supposed to be. Yeah. Sorry.
We're only human.
Okay. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah makes his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch
Hashem
haba
Haba
Hashem
b'shem
Baruch
Yahuwah.
haba
Yahuwah.
Yeshem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Awesome.
Hallelujah.
Love you guys. Thank
Love
you,
you.
Mark.
Love you.
Love you guys. See you next
I love
week.
you all.
See you next week.
Bye.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
¿Tú viste que hay una persona?